'cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.
here for a little while. Keep me on my toes, 'cause that's just your style. Baby, can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together.
gonna stay straight up.
Incredible. It's how it feels at the
Enough
top.
amount of time to try and make it in. Now it's all down to the final 2 men up. Dope. They have all the players.
I give it. Look at my
Stuck
eyes.
in one singular spot, getting the rest on the Xenox. Like, this is the last fight.
I got a lot on the line. Fish with a different approach. Only spend time in a boat.
Oh, Glory Gaming, they'll be huge for elimination points, I think. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the finals for the PUBG Mobile Pro League North American Fall Split. I'm your host, Hot Shukes. Man, I am so stoked for a crazy show that we got for y'all today. Of course, the show couldn't be done without none other than our amazing partner, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here. Hope you guys are keeping up to date with everything, and I hope you guys are using them socials. We've been talking about it all show long. Hashtag PMPLNA. Make sure you go show some love on the Twitter, everywhere. Let your friends know that this show has started and begun. And let's go ahead and bring in the Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion to start today's show. Let's get it going. It's the finals. How y'all feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. You just said it. It's the finals. It's go time for a lot of these teams. I'm intrigued to see, Glitter, who's going to be stepping out. We always know there's always that one team that just surprises us every single finals. I'm intrigued. I'm ready for that surprise. How are you feeling?
My liege.
I
Agree wholeheartedly with you. Yes, you know, I think you have made some valiant points so far here this morning. I, for one, am slightly concerned about the possibility of those teams who don't step up to the plate in finals, those who sometimes tend to fade out of glory. That's where my concern lies, my other highness.
Yes, madame. Beautifully done. For those of you guys that don't remember, we had a punishment
Yep.
for whoever on the desk didn't get the most predictions correct. And as you can see, who is receiving that punishment? It is Glitter, and she must address us as royalty for this entire segment. So, let's go. Let's get it all started.
pretty good.
Here. That was
pretty
actually
solid.
really well done. Someone's been watching a lot of some shows.
Yes.
Hey, you'll love to hear that. Okay, you know what? Let's get the show on the road, okay, guys? Let's get serious because we're here in the finals. One thing, of course, that everybody has got their eyes on here is that prize pool, that money bag. That's what everybody is chasing. Of course, those tickets to the big shows here. But we're going to start off with you, Seven, as we take it into the finals. Let's break down this prize pool.
I mean, league stage, we already saw Knights get a nice 8K, and then we also saw Coops being able to get that 1K. But now going to the finals, money has stepped it up a little bit more. First place, it's not only going to get 15,000. Remember, the top 5 are actually going to get a chance to go to Americas, and we will be talking about the PMGC leaderboards in a bit. But the MVP, once again, they're also going to get a chance to fight for some money, $1,000, and the total prize pool, $150,000. Yeah, that's right. 13th to 16th, you get to win some money too. You get to win at least cool 1,000. Hopefully, you're not at the bottom though.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be there at the bottom. I want to go ahead and get some of that delicious bread. And, you know, Glitter, you know, one thing that we've been talking about pretty much all show long, well, the entire PMPL, is these bonus points, right? This whole new format. It is what every one of these teams has been working on, trying to get some of those bonus points here for the finals. And we finally have those leaderboards, Glitter, and it's all started now.
That is very correct, my king. We do have these leaderboards. Okay, we must be focusing on that ultimate top placement because that is all that matters at this point. And this is what I was referencing in my aforementioned points, okay? Because it is some of the teams that have seen those sparks of greatness and then those embers, they die and they fall out of those top leader positions. Specifically, I was talking about the last week performance of Nova Esports. They were our top performing squad through all of phases 1 and 2. Now, after the impressive push made by the Knights in our third phase, we end up with a tie. I don't think we could have made these storylines any closer, but I am happy that we're starting off with a tie for our top 2 contenders at least, because it's kind of a wash for those two. They're obviously above everyone else. You can see even third place is only at 57 bonus points. So the rest of the teams in this lobby have some ground to be making up, but you know all of our eyes are going to be on those top 2 spots, Sir 7.
That's absolutely right. And I mean, at the end there, to finish off that top 8, we did see back-to-back. That's one team that has stepped it up in a big way. They do have to make up 26 points. And then when we're looking at all of these other teams, okay, let's just go all the way down to Dope Esports. If they want to have a chance at winning, they're going to have to outscore Knights and Nova, and they need to make up to 50 points. So it's going to be a tough task. It's not impossible. But as I said at the end of last week, I mean, I expect the top 5 to be coming out of first place all the way up to 10th place, unless some of the other teams end up surprising us, like I was mentioning earlier, Hot Jukes.
Could you imagine how crazy that'd be? I mean, you see back-to-back with that huge deficit that they put themselves on, especially after their week 1 performance. Could you imagine if they become the back-to-back-to-back, even with this deficit? I mean, I think that would be just boom. Putting their name in ultimate legacy. I think there's a lot of people in the chat that think the same way, but I think there's a lot of people in the chat that are also hoping that this could be a possibility, 7, you know? But at the end of the day, we know one team is going to go with that golden ticket straight to PMGC, right? And so far, I mean, it's pretty much almost in the bag. You put the nail in the coffin towards the last week here of the league stage. But, I mean, do you think that Nova stands a chance?
This is where I'm coming from before I actually give the answer, okay? At some point, before, like, we got to the finals during league stage, the PMGC overall, Knights was leading by 150-something points, give or take. And then all of a sudden, Nova had an amazing, and I mean amazing phase 2, and they actually passed Knights, and it was just a 10-point difference. Knights showed up during phase 3, all right? Knights is acting like the Knights we expected to. They're fragging out. They're being able to get chicken dinners. Even if they get eliminated early on, they end up with a lot of eliminations. I will say the first 3 games are going to be telling us a lot. Can Nova bounce back from that phase? From that, let me just put it this way, from that awful phase 3 that they had in comparison to the other phases that they played with? Can Knights continue on the performance that they have had so far, because they are going to be having such a big lead, right? At this point, I hate to say this, but Knights could kind of just cruise. I hope that's not I really hope that's not what we're going to be seeing here at the Knights. But it comes down to how Nova's going to be playing. Our older players are going to be showing up. Is Kindness going to be outputting the amount of frags that we have been able to see him to do? It's everybody else going to be stepping up. It just doesn't come down to one player. And with that said, all of these teams still have to worry about back-to-back, because they did end up waking up. Their players are currently performing really, really well. And I'm pretty sure back-to-back is looking at Nova and Knights right now, and they're like, hold up. We're still here. We are the defending champions.
Well, I'll tell you what. I really hope that all of these squads did their napping before today's show, right? Before this actual part of the tournament started, because there's not going to be any time for these squads to warm up at all, Glitter, right? All this whole, we're going to start off slow and come in towards the end. That does not work here in the finals. And I think there's just way too much money on the line to risk something like that, right, Glitter?
I don't think you could be any more correct, my supreme leader. Yes, that is a fantastic point that you have made. When we look at the stats of our 2 juggernauts within this season, Nova versus Knights, this is where things, they really start to get a little bit interesting, if you will, because the average damage, quite close. Now, Knights is able to edge out Nova by just the smallest amount, but that's most likely due to the lack of performance in week 3 from Nova and the uptick in performance from the Knights. That third week really kind of leveled the playing field for both of these 2 squads. Same thing is happening with the average eliminations. They just barely have 1 elim on average more than Nova, which in the grand scheme of things is not a lot, but we have seen teams lose by just that 1 point, which would be such an ill fate for Nova to face if that were how they were to go out to the Knights. However, average survival time for Nova is just the slightest bit higher. So if they can maintain that ability to stay alive longer and just turn on the aggression a little bit more, then they'll be putting themselves on equal footing like they already are in the bonus points department with the Knights. So that could be huge for them. I hope you appreciate the effort I've made.
That's beautifully done. Beautifully done. Now, leave me. Let me go ahead and talk to the other Ray that I got over here, the other king. You know, 7. You know, this is a team game, you know. We've seen magical things happen, though, okay? We've talked about how one player's performance can really set the tone for the squad, okay? Now, I got to ask you this. Which one of these players do you think really needs to step up at the start of this show, the start here of this tournament, to really make things happen for their squad?
For which squad? Any squad?
Any squad. Which player do you think needs to step up the most, huh?
Okay, let's start with back-to-back, since I mentioned them earlier, right? For back-to-back, I'm not going to be looking at Kill Switch. I'm not going to be looking at Polo G. I am, however, going to be looking at Jay if he does end up playing. That's a player that has, I feel like he has not had one of the best PMPLs so far here. That's a player that I'm definitely looking up to. Now, for some other ones, I'm going to be looking at Execute. And the player that I'm going to be looking from Execute is actually going to be Fate, because Fate has been having, and I said this last time too, he's been having one of the best PMPLs that we've seen out of him. And I mean, the team was just performing so well during that phase 3. And talking about MVP ranking, by the way, this was the MVP ranking during League Day, okay? Everything's going to reset here on the finals, but we just want you to take a look at some of the players that might end up performing really, really well here in this finals. Scoops, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to terms that Coops just does Scoops things, okay? 142 eliminations in the finals. That's absolutely crazy. Now, if we go down to the other side, WALLSTREETBETS, I mean, this was a team that was uprising a little bit, but during phase 3, they just decided not to show up at all. And then we go to that number 3, Xenox. You were talking about players that needed to step up. Guess what? It's not going to be Xenox. He's actually not here. For Knights, I want to see Spec. I want to see the performances that we saw out of him in phase 3. I feel like now, with Spec performing that well for Knights, I think Knights might be able to pull off that PMGC spot today. And then we go to APHELION Esports. I mean, with Trick, it's always either been Trick or Nate. A player that I would like to see step up, since I am stuck in the past, is going to be Clown. He just, for an IGL, he's always dying and getting eliminated too early, and I feel like that really hinders the team. Trick has been able to put up performances. We have seen what Nate can do. I want to see what Clown can do. And then, you know what? No, but just to finish it off, Kindness, yes, you're currently top 5. But a person that surprised us during phase 3 was actually Yi. Yi ended up putting 37 eliminations during that phase 3 when a lot of the other Nova players were struggling. So Yi, I want to continue to see those performances. And I mean, you just mentioned it perfectly. It is a team game, right? It's not just going to come down to one player. But that one player can be the deciding factor to clutch up and make sure that momentum goes from, oh no, why are we doing so back to, oh, hey, we got it. We're here. We're at the top. We're currently fighting with Knights for the main stage. So anything can happen here. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see who's going to step up now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's so crazy. You know, we're looking at those stats, seeing Skipper up there in 2nd place. I wouldn't have really expected that. We haven't really talked too much about WALLSTREETBETS in general, but they've been putting up some big numbers. And I think any one of these teams here in the finals can pop off. And especially those squads at the bottom, they need to, because with this finals, again, those bonus points, we already see 2 teams that already have a massive lead here, Glitter, right? As we go ahead and take a look here at the schedule so you can see exactly what we're going to be playing today, how this whole thing is going to roll out. You're going to see here 6 matches, Glitter. And we're starting off in the desert, and we got 2 Sandhawks. 2 Sandhawks. Yes.
I'm most excited about this call, Jukes. I do love the fact that we have 2 Sandhawks to play, 2 Miramars, and 2 Erangels. This is the most balanced way to close the entire season out, making them prove themselves repeatedly, time and time again. Obviously, this is finals, which means no one is sitting out. Everyone has to play all 6 matches all day, and that's another thing we have to take into consideration. Will they have the stamina, or will they get tired and burnt out throughout the day?
It's a good question. That's a good question. I mean, 6 games is a long time, right? And any single time, you're going to see a little bit of fatigue come in that mid stage, but I think they'll start ramping it up towards the end, especially, they don't have any kind of rolling ground, so there's not going to be a team sitting out. All of these squads playing every single match. And which squad do you guys think is going to really surprise us here? Which is going to be that underdog team? Talk about it. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA as we get this started. Show them some love, because, man, this is where it's all down to, 7.
It really is. And I think Glitter mentioned it perfectly, and we were going to mention it anyways, and I'll mention it again. The teams are not going to get a break. It is going to be 6 games straight. Can they have the stamina? Can they also bounce back from maybe starting off badly, which we have seen teams do before in certain finals? I'm excited. It's the finals, baby. It's a different atmosphere. I love this.
Let's go. Hey, let's go. Hey, guys, let's get this show on the road. Glitter may be addressing us as royalty, but you guys watching are the real royalty. So, guys, enjoy the show. Let's get it on over to our casters. Your Grace.
Thank you, Jukes. Thank you for the introduction, and I am excited. This is it. We are finally into the finals. We saw 20 teams slug it out for 3 weeks straight. Only 16 have made it here, and only a couple more will make it to the next stage. But there's a few storylines, right? The most excited one I have is the Nova and Knights storyline. Who's going to end up with the most amount of PMGC qualification points? I said it, last week. Nova is quite far behind Span. And we've seen the Knights play in tip-top form. Somebody has to stop them. You can't just pass them up in points. You have to stop them and pass them up. So I was saying, I feel like Nova should really be looking to target the Knights in every possible way they can. I don't know how you feel about that, but that's the main thing I'm excited to watch unfold today.
I mean, right when they showed that points, I instantly was all like, doing the math, seeing what the difference was. It's 113 points. Like, ugh.
Yeah.
113 points within 3 days of 6 matches. Like, that is going to be a feat, I guess I'll say, for Nova to catch up to the Knights in that way for 113 points. Like, not only, like you just said, do they have to get 113 points to catch up, but ahead. Like, is there any world, right, where Nova is going to be 113 plus points above in the rankings of the Knights? I feel like that's going to be a difficult one for sure, but I mean, like you said, I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, so the Knights, or the Nova team, as far as the Chinese Nova team, I know they have 3 full-time coaches. For the NA one, I know they have at least one that they've always worked with. I don't know if they brought on more, but even with just one full-time coach, like, they've got to plan everything possible. So in this situation, in my opinion, that I feel like this is how it's going to play out. Nova's going to play their game. They're not going to try and target the Knights. They're going to see for like the first game, maybe the second game, feel stuff out. Maybe the Knights aren't just on and Nova is on, and they'll just play their game and slowly catch up. But they have to have planned for something in the case that the Knights are still on their game and Nova is just losing that PMGC qualification points like game by game, and then they're going to initiate whatever it is that they have, racked up in the drawing board in the playbook. Like, they have something ready. I think we're going to see it at some point in the tournament. I feel like we will see Nova do something about the Knights. When, though, I'm not all entirely sure, as we do see, though, the first circle is going to be very far down to the southwest.
I mean, all these guys had just under a week to really get prepared for these finals, right? So I'm sure everybody in this entire lobby has a bunch of a big playbook, you know what I mean? So I'm sure all these guys have some trick no matter what they're thinking, especially because this is going to be even more difficult considering it's kind of starts 0 with all those bonus points on top of it. That just adds another layer for these guys to go ahead and kind of think about and figure out. But you're right, this first circle, it's all the way down to the southwestern side. That means some people's rotations are going to be quite difficult. I have a feeling the majority of them that are on the east are going to try making a big rotations up onto the northern side, except for those a little bit too far, like the Chosen that dropped in Puerto Paraiso. They might have a pretty difficult time making inside this circle. You can see how many teams are actually in front of them in the first zone, but also these guys are so good at finding spots towards the center of this zone, and usually they don't mess with each other in phase 1. They want to try and wait to get further inside the game. But also, first game of finals, like this could be pretty aggressive starting out.
hmm it can be, but I think everyone's a little bit more hesitant, when it comes to the finals. We saw in the league stage, week by week, the action ramp up constantly, right? So it's like, that makes sense. Week after week, they get more and more comfortable, but all of a sudden, this is kind of a continuation from the league stage, right? The points have been carrying over, the bonus points, but I still feel like once we're into the finals, everybody kind of resets a little bit. Even though the points are already there, it's kind of like mental-wise, it's like, all right, let's slow things down a little bit, let's feel things out once again, because it is a different atmosphere, just like the desk said. Every time we head into the stage, things change up a little bit, especially when it comes to the mental.
You're right, you're right. It always feels like we're watching an entirely different game based off of which section, which phase of the entire tournament that we're in. But okay, it looks like we're already almost 4 minutes in. Then the Knights, they're moving already.
Yeah,
like they're the
35
only
minutes.
team. Yeah, like almost the only team making a move already. It does look like the hit list already started moving out themselves, but right after the Knights started moving immediately as well. They're actually driving right through the center of 19 Esports and their big split to get loot. But if I were any of these guys, I wouldn't want to take shots, because you know that the Knights, if they identify that there's only a solo, that is so much power that they have over all these singles. From 19 Esports, even here, 777 unfortunately getting caught out alone at his compound. The Knights just so happen to be choosing this as their spot to stop, and he will be able to get one, but he's so low HP that he will get traded out. 19 Esports, they couldn't do anything to support their teammate there. Oh, actually some shots coming through from the little hill right beside him.
This is a big opportunity for Nova, right? Nova knows where Knights probably are, where they like to prioritize 19 Esports. We don't usually see them drop here. This was kind of a newer split. At least I'm not too familiar with 19E dropping here. And we do see Nova already on rotation, and they definitely saw in the elimination feed Knights are in an early fight. Except Knights are grouped up together, and they will reset that, and they pick up the first point of the finals. 19 Esports, there's not much they could do here with no extra openings.
No. Right when their teammate got downed, like that, I felt like that was it for them making any sort of a push, and they didn't. They know what happens if they were going to go on ahead and do that already, kind of at that deficit or that disadvantage. So they're just going to back up and safely be at the compound previous. Now they're all together. It's just a little unfortunate that since they had chosen this location to loot, you can't stay all grouped together like a whole team inside of Picado, right? Like you have to split up inside of all these small compounds, and the Knights just so happened to choose the one compound that 777 had to loot up.
Yeah, I also want to point out something that stood out to me. That 119E player, right? He was just playing quiet. He knew he was getting pushed, and usually when a player's by themselves, they play quiet enough to get the opening knock, right? Because you don't make any noise. But the Knights player didn't get knocked, and it's just like I feel like the Knights are razor sharp right now, right? Like going into a building that is open like 99 times out of 100. Right, because I've never really seen a 19E player there that early, and the Knights rotated very early. They're expecting it to be open, but even then, the reactions are on point. The second he popped that door open and took some shots, instantly, 180 and backed off and didn't give a free opening knock. So it's just like, that shows a lot for me. I feel like a lot of other teams in this lobby, if they made the same rotation and ran into that one camping player, they would have gotten knocked.
Yeah, he did get a knock on a one, but he was just so low HP after that whole engagement that there was really nothing else. Like the other members of 19 Esports couldn't make it any further. So I'll agree with that. It does look like finally we got the majority of the lobby making their move now. They finished up their looting. They've realized that the people in front of them have made a move, and now they get to go on ahead and make their own move. KBL actually kind of going backwards on this one, or are they? Maybe they're playing like hardcore up to the northern side of this circle. Oh, Pozo is just like in to the northern side of this zone. I wonder if they need a little bit more loot, or maybe they're just like, we're just going to play like the edge of the circle for the entire rest of this game. Because otherwise, I feel like kind of going more down to the south would be better in terms of getting the next circle shift.
Star Gaming here on rotation. Looks like Star Gaming wants to wrap all the way to the western side and then come in from the west. Makes sense. The eastern side is likely to be more congested with the way the circle shifted and the plane path. So they're making a wide wrapping rotation and just running into a little bit of the Wall Street Bets team that was looting here in the water treatment side, but they are prioritizing the rotation, not looking to take any fights. Here we have the Nova team that we're keeping an eye out for. They're taking up the church position. This is a little bit east to the center of the circle, and we didn't even really get a touch on it, but this southwestern circle is definitely one of the more difficult first circles on Miramar, because you do have a lot of those mountainous terrains in that southwest, which gets harder and harder to traverse as the circle continues to shift that way.
Yeah, so much of the circle is just a good amount of it is in unplayable land, right? Especially over there to the western side. And you kind of have to count out everything down to the south on those islands, and even more so, those mountains just far to the western side just aren't really playable. So even though like this is the first circle, you should have a lot more space. Like it's already just much smaller because the circle's off the board, and also because you're right, the terrain here is just really rough. Like it's really difficult to make any sort of big rotations. And as you can see, everybody's trying to make a move at the same time now, and since there's kind of, I feel like a handful of really preferred positions around in this area too. Like if you get a certain amount of like certain compounds, like you know your and your team are set. So these guys are currently all kind of contesting each other to see who's going to go and get there first. But the first circle's going to pop, and it looks like it's going to continue to pull down here to the southwestern side. So it really is deciding to kind of end on those difficult terrains we keep talking about. Like every single mountain between these roads are so like slanted, right? Like it's so steep. That's the word I'm really looking for to go and make some rotations or movements.
Yeah, and it's not only the steep factor of these mountains that make it difficult, it's the bullets raining down on you from on top of these mountains, because as you can see, there's already a couple of teams set up on those high mountain tops, and they're not playing all in one area either. They're decently split, so they'll have multiple sight lines and multiple angles to take shots at those rotators. So everybody's got to play a little bit more on point, especially with their driving here as we're heading into, you know, the second circle, a very difficult Miramar circle. And we still got a lot of teams on the northern side trying to rotate in. Wall Street Bets here just made it out of the blue zone. We got Wall Street Bets, HQA, KBL, and Star Gaming all on the north, yet to reach the edge of the zone.
They're the ones that all landed more towards the eastern side, and they're just trying to make those big wide rotations to get into zone without driving through people. Oh no, Moso. He was definitely looking around for his team and trying to put down some damage, but it looks like Flaw caught him out first, actually getting the knock on him, and there we go. Sour's going to go and flush that out too. MEZEXIS being able to pick up a point. Kind of no sweat on that one. The rest of the Panthers are further over towards the western side, up on top of the mountain, already looking in towards zones. MEZEXIS are able to clean up like a point for now, which is not that bad considering they kind of have to, they're kind of being held out from getting further inside the circle right now.
You always got to be moving, right? I feel like Moso, he took a few shots at a rotating player, and then he kind of sat still a little bit to look for more info, and that's the exact second that MEZEXIS player, you know, sprayed him down. You always got to keep active. The second those shots hit you, that might just save you, you know, the few bits of health to not get knocked. Wall Street Bets here next to Korean barbecue lovers, KBL. You touched on them earlier. They did not rotate. They just actually sat here, maybe to look for rotators coming in, as Sam takes a couple of shots with some decent damage, and Faker forced to actually get out of his vehicle, and Joey from another angle on top of the hill gets the knock. This is a really good job out of KBL. They gave up their rotation, but they're making it work by picking up some points here.
Yeah, I really thought maybe they just wanted some more loot as well, but they ended up staying in there for a little longer than I expected too. So nice elimination pickup so far. They do have to rotate behind the rest of Wall Street Bets though, which makes me a tiny bit nervous, but they do know that they at least have one man more than they do. We can see that now some of the team are starting to make the big rotations. I think Sam's kind of left behind at this point, but I mean, all of them should be able to meet up quite shortly. And now they're looking inside the zone. Now they're trying to see where in front of them they can start making the rotation. Luckily, Wall Street Bets, like, they don't want to stop here. So honestly, like, all of the rotations from the people behind them should be able to continue smoothly until it's going to stop at some point though, right, Zute? Like, all the places that are open now up here are going to slowly start being filled in by these guys. Whoever gets here last might have a rough time getting further.
Yeah, I'm noticing something else. Maybe we'll see it on the minimap real soon as it pulls up into the next shift. But back-to-back, playing a huge 2-1-1 split. Now, this is their area of the circle, right? They loot Montoy Nevo, so they're very familiar with this space. And back-to-back, you know, they are the back-to-back North American champions. And the way they're playing right now, at least with that split, I know the circle shifted south, which, doesn't favor them whatsoever. But I mean, it shows confidence to me, and it looks like they will do what it takes to be the back-to-back champions. Because this time around, points don't reset to 0, right? Nova and Knights have a huge lead on back-to-back, so back-to-back kind of does have to play a little bit more greedy, for lack of a better word, to maybe start catching up. But we'll see how this one plays out as Circle gets even more difficult. Now, that is an area of the map that is very mountainous and not much road access way anywhere at this point. You do have like 2 roads that do allow you to rotate down south, but everything else is just uphill from there.
And I feel like the only for sure, that you're safe kind of positions are already taken. Like where APHELION is, where Dope is. Otherwise, there are a couple other compounds up on top of those hills that you could stay safe at, or even hills. But otherwise, everything is just, well, we're going to kind of continue to see it as we're looking around at people. It's just, it's just big, open kind of mountains, right? So not everywhere, every angle that you're standing at is going to be safe. So it's really only this couple I already mentioned that for sure are safe. Everywhere else, not so good. Even Ace, they have this big ridge, but there's still so many angles that can spot them out. Even MEZEXIS right below them on that. That's going to be pretty rough for them. If they want to try to be aggressive or get information in front of them, they're always going to have to keep one eye down below them towards MEZEXIS.
We have Nova here on the edge of zone. Knights very close by the way. Knights on the same side of the map as the Nova team. And I think this works out better for the Knights. Knights, we see them as a great team that just fights their way in onto the edge of zone. If they don't get zone, does not bother them. They will take their fights and just execute it cleanly. And if the Knights team does rotate in from this side, the team they're going to run into is the Nova team. Here we have HQA and the Panthers. Panthers, they lose Moso earlier. Spears taking some M60 shots, gets a nice knock right there. And instantly with the turn back, almost picks up another one, but the Panthers, now they're down to 2. Spears doing a really good play as, the fight continues. It's a split up battle as there's a re-knock that might actually let Freddy feel a little bit more confident in going back there and finishing off the fight. But the blue zone is closing and we are heading into the next circle shift already. And Knights take a fight with Nova right there. They get the opening onto the Nova team.
That would have terrified me, getting a knock and then turning around and seeing 2 other enemies. That's horrifying. Unfortunately, the other hold that they had further inside the circle is gone. So really HQA is just down to these 2 less members now trying to make their move. And the Panthers, you can see that they don't really want to be taking this damage, so they're already further inside making their rotation, but they're going to stay close for now. Looks like the Knights and Nova do get in the fight, and just like that, we just got here, Zute. Nova, they're out, and the res is already happening on the Xenox. The Knights are going to be able to keep all 4 up.
Yeah, I did hear another spray of bullets just now. I hope that's the Knights shooting Nova's box. Give them a little bit of taste. Give them a little bit of taste of the medicine that they were treated to. Because we saw Nova take out the Knights and they sprayed the box. It's a little disrespectful. But the Knights are just better. And here we have Execute versus KBL. This is really interesting to see because we saw KBL as one of the teams that started rising throughout the weeks. And same with Execute. Probably on pace with each other as far as their improvement. And Execute cleans that one out. Not losing a single member. I don't even think one of them got knocked. So Execute, maybe they're just the better team coming into the finals when they're compared to KBL.
I mean, for sure, we've been seeing a lot of great things coming through from them from these past couple of weeks. So I'm kind of excited. I mean, we were actually talking about for a good amount of these teams, so we were excited to see them coming into finals. So Execute is definitely one of them. Which team will have the most eliminations? Looks like Hot Jukes chose APHELION. We got Knights for 7. We got MEZEXIS for Glitter. So we got to keep our eye on the elimination numbers as this game continues to develop. But even here, the zone has moved. Barely anybody is inside of this zone, Zute. It's just the people around these edges, mostly APHELION that's had this spot inside zone this entire time, and everybody else, they're kind of moving just straight into uncharted territory for themselves. Nobody's been here, and now they're trying to fill everything in.
Yeah, uncharted territories, that is exactly the way to describe it. We have not seen a circle down here the entirety of PMPL, and this is one of the more rare circles to begin with. It doesn't matter if you played a lot of tournament matches. You maybe played this area of the map only a handful of times, so teams are definitely figuring things out as they go. And we're down to only 41 players already. Like we said, this area of the map is very hard to rotate, and a lot of teams are just fighting and taking their fights and points outside of the zone and just giving up the rotations completely because, you know, it's hard. It's hard out here to drive up those mountains with bullets raining down on you.
Oh yeah, and then even if you do want to try to move, like there's already somebody on a ridge behind you or in front of you, beside you, who even knows, already taking shots at you, and it's just so difficult to escape. Everything is just so out in the open. Like I said, APHELION, I feel like definitely has like kind of the strongest position as of right now in terms of, I guess maybe I'll say the safest at least, unless somebody is going to be pushing directly into them to try and grab that from them. So we'll have to wait and see. Otherwise, the majority of players are still playing on the edge. I guess the majority of people don't want to be trying to go in towards the center, and it's not even wanted. Like honestly, smack in the center of this new circle is like the furthest down, right? It's closest to like Waterloo, I guess we'll say. Back to back though also gets eliminated, so we're seeing a lot of teams go out in this one, inside of this zone as it's closing. And if I like to see actually APHELION, even though they're safe up here, they're trying to peek on over and see if they can do some damage as people drive by.
Yeah, we're going to head into the next circle. Back-to-back did get eliminated like you mentioned, but they did pick up 4 points, so not too terrible. We've seen them do much worse, so this is a good start for back-to-back to potentially reclaim, or not reclaim, but claim again the back-to-back. You know, that's what they're shooting for. And the circle, the west side, so congested. We have multitudes of teams right there on the west, and it centers right up perfectly. I don't even know how this match is going to go, to be honest with you, Span, because this area of the map and the way these circles are shifting, I have not seen this before, but Execute, it is not going to bother them as they continue to bulldoze through teams. Execute, this team just looking really on point, and Fate taking shots at I believe that was a loot box up there, but hey, reactions on point, man. If that was a player, that player was going down to that spray.
Well, taking a look at this new circle zoo, like there's really only like 3, maybe 4 spots that people can play out of. It's where Star Gaming already is. It has that shelf up here where APHELION actually holds. If APHELION wins this fight against Dope, they actually have a really good spot inside of the zone where they're going to have like a really high position to just take shots at everybody inside this next zone. If it shifts off to them in the next one, though, they're going to be running down a hill completely out in the open. So it's kind of a double-edged sword there. It looks like 19 Esports will go down all the way up to the northern side. Actually, I only see Coops up there, so it might have just been him taking them out. I'm not quite sure, but I like that APHELION so far has been able to successfully defend this position. I said it was pretty strong, and so far nobody's been able to get up there.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult here. Dope just cooking in the blue at this point with APHELION looking to gatekeep this team out. Fishy, last one up. APHELION Esports, they're in a good position too overall for the finals because they did so well in week 1. They racked up so many points. I think they're pretty much kind of like 3rd, 4th-ish place along with a couple of other teams. In the overalls, we do have Knights and Nova, of course, in that 1st and 2nd tied. But this is a great chance for APHELION to, you know, make that top 5 for this finals and move on to the next stage, because just a quick reminder for everyone, top 5 from this finals moves on to the Americas stage. So there is also that going on. And APHELION Esports, they're in a great position. They do have 3 or 4 members up right now. No, they only have 3, but they do get the edge of zone at the high ground.
They do have a tiny shelf right below them, but unfortunately since Ace of Spades is so far down to the southern side on top of a hill there, they're kind of holding APHELION out right now from really being able to kind of make it into that position, especially with Execute right beside them too. That's a little bit daunting. You see that they have to run on down though, and they're just running down such sharp little ledges there. Ace of Spades is finally out though, so APHELION should be able to fill in their spot right above everybody. And now, I mean, this is what I was expecting. I was like, I think there's 3, maybe 4 spaces that people can play, and it's like kind of like these 4 corners. They're playing for like 4 corners right now on this map.
Yeah, and it's the 4 corners that are being contested for too. I think only the Knights on the northeast are kind of chilling for now, but everyone else is sort of engaged in a fight. As Chico crawling really close. The Panthers, unfortunately, they lose 2 of their players, like just one after another being separated. But Chico and Frady, these 2 can definitely make a play. Looks like Chico's got the read on MEZEXIS. He's going to try and open it up with a grenade and maybe go aggressive afterwards.
Ooh.
Get some damage in, but nothing big. Star Gaming getting caught in the crossfire. Star Gaming's got to move out of that compound now with the full MEZEXIS team right by looking at them.
Wow, that zone shifting down to that southeastern side has the majority of teams now needing to make the move. And yeah, you're right, the Panthers, MEZEXIS, They're going to start it on off because the Panthers honestly have the better spot in my opinion right here. So MEZEXIS though, they don't want to make a big move over this ridge just yet until they get a confirmed knock. And you can see they almost got one there, taking Chico so low, but didn't quite get it. Honestly though, they're definitely wanting to stay there and make sure that they clean up Star Gaming right beside them.
They're looking for Star Gaming for the points, and MEZEXIS is just applying really good pressure to make sure they don't get backstabbed. Chico goes down. Pappy Sour, that is a good enough tree to hide behind, and he will confirm the point. Also, the Panthers now just down to 1. We see the Knights in the distance. They have to make a move, and they look like they're going to have to make a push onto HQA. The Execute team moving in quite not too comfortably, actually, as one of their members is eliminated and another one gets knocked. And the Panthers just looking to pick up points on whoever they can, but they can't challenge MEZEXIS as they do finish them out. MEZEXIS with firm control. A great knock by Spec from long range, though.
Yeah, that could start it. Yeah, they're instantly moving. Look at that. Like, they're instantly starting to push on forward, trying to take out the rest of HQA right beside them. Looks like, unfortunately, though, Spec will go down. There's so many fights happening all around the circle at this point that the Knights, unfortunately, losing 1. I mean, they're down to 3, but they could still take this away if they're careful. They actually... I actually think that they're still tied for the most amount of people with MEZEXIS here. There's just so much fighting happening everywhere inside of the zone. HQA just still somehow holding on this entire time. Like, they were right underneath the Knights this entire time, and the Knights just could not get rid of them with the sightlines that they had.
Execute up to 12 eliminations, doing a really good job, but their numbers are getting whittled down with all that fighting. The Knights with 9, MEZEXIS with 8 eliminations and 4 members up. This is a really good chance for MEZEXIS to shoot up in the leaderboards. But Star Gaming has somehow managed to get very close by to MEZEXIS with 3 players up. That could pose a big threat for the MEZEXIS team. But I think MEZEXIS, they just need to keep their heads down because Star Gaming is also exposed to another angle, that of Executes.
Yeah, right now, XQ is trying to get that res up, and they do have Knights right beside them, and it looks like maybe they'll focus on them first. Look at where that zone went once again, up to that northeastern side, western side, excuse me. So that means Star Gaming, MEZEXIS, they had a pretty good spot right here on top of this hill where they were able to kind of like cover themselves from any of the other opposing angles, but now that's not the case anymore. They have to go make a big push up to the northern side of the circle, in the open. Oh, nice explosion from Robert, though. That's Execute eliminated. Got to be careful staying next to those vehicles, trying to use it as hard cover, but it looks like it came back to bite them, unfortunately. Now it's only the Knights that are up there. They just have to defend this really well from 2 very big teams starting to make their move.
Yeah, Coops right now defending that side. MEZEXIS actually gets a knock onto Star Gaming, so helping out the Knights a little bit right there. The Knights could just kind of hang back and let everyone damage each other, but, you know, they are still going to be proactive. Tensa gets taken down, but I don't think MEZEXIS team can full commit. It looks like they are kind of full committing, but they're running between HQA and Star Gaming, so they got to wrap in perfectly here. As one of them goes down, I was just saying, they're running in between. That's going to buy some time for the Knights. You see MEZEXIS, they are going very aggressive to try and finish off the Knights, and they get Coops. Looks like they'll also catch Tensa. Tensa behind that truck is going to blow. And that is the Knights taking out. MEZEXIS really, really feeling it. I respect the hustle they just did there as soon as they got one member knocked on the Knights. Yeah, they had the game-winning mentality. They'll take the risk. Now it's just down to a 4v2. Star Gaming with only 2. MEZEXIS coming in loud and proud in this first game. Not something I expected out of MEZEXIS, but man, 12 eliminations, soon to be 14, and a chicken dinner.
They were just playing like a ledge down to the southern side this entire time. They really got to just watch everybody around them make their rotation. That one HQA member made me a little bit nervous, and they get a knock on one, but MEZEXIS just instantly turned. Like, yeah, they're definitely feeling themselves on this. Now they just have to clean up the last couple of people remaining, right? I mean, Star Gaming, they're trying to lay prone and be quiet, but I don't know. MEZEXIS, they have the circle, they have this huge ledge, and they have the numbers. Like, Star Gaming, right when they have to crawl out from behind those little spots that they have right now, that's it. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they're just going to try and deny the points, sit in the blue zone. At least Brian is. Robert, he's in zone, but he gets spotted out, and that is MEZEXIS with the big chicken dinner.
Nice.
13 eliminations, 2,000 damage.
Wow.
Hey, I mean, when the circles get really tough and it goes to part of the zone where no one's really played in, you never know what to expect. And as for MEZEXIS, they got the chicken But really good game for a lot of teams. We saw Execute step up. We saw Knights versus Nova. Man, Nova got swept by them. That is not going to be good for the mental as far as MGC points are concerned.
I was gonna say, did we really watch that fight? Like, we got there and it ended almost immediately. Hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit of an extended one later, but we're gonna jump into highlights and then go back to the desk.
Boom! And the first chicken dinner of the day goes to MEZEXIS Esports. Just happens to be the squad that Glitter has chosen. Failed during the entire league stage of predictions. And then the finals comes. And bam! Nails it. How you feeling, Glitter?
Listen, I'm tired of doing those punishments at the opening of the show, okay? I don't want to do them anymore. I want you guys to do a punishment at the opening of the show. This is just the beginning, though. I have to still beat you guys every game. So it's not looking great. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know. I think Glitter Damas might be back. Might have just returned here. And who knows, maybe MEZEXIS is back. Let's take a look here at the match rankings to start things off here, Glitter. I mean, this is the squad you chose. 28 points off the rip. There's so much to talk about here, especially, I mean, with the Knights, I mean, doing so well, and Nova pulling up a goose egg.
I'm just happy that MEZEXIS didn't make me look bad. But to be fair, this is a phenomenal performance right out of the gate from MEZEXIS. We talked about this and kind of hinted at it when it came to the bonus points, right? Because don't forget that all of these teams came out with some bonus points in their pockets. The Knights got some really solid points. They were tied at 74 with Nova to start things off, but everybody else was coming from behind, right? They all have to kind of catch up to where that is and then overtake if they want to be in a really top position. So MEZEXIS did exactly that. Knights managed to be aggressive like they typically were. I wanted to wait and see how they were going to come out of the gate and see how the first few games go, like Seven was saying earlier at the beginning of the show. But this is a strong performance for Knights, and like you said, Jukes, Nova nowhere to be seen. But Execute, another one of the squads that I kind of consider to be similar with MEZEXIS, where they typically end up, and Execute also on those 12 elims. And then look here on the second page, because of all the elims that got soaked up by the Knights, by MEZEXIS, by Execute, there's nothing to be seen down here. And this is crazy if we go back to the main storyline, Seven, because 0, big old goose egg for Nova, and 19 points on the board for Knights.
You know, it was the Knights players saw them tweet and also Nova shooting the player boxes as well. They're like, enough! That's it. We're going to stop it right there. We're going to take that PMGC spot. It's been a while since we've seen some like actual real rivalry here in NA. I'm all for it. Keep it up. Don't make peace.
Same.
Please, keep it going. Xenox, I seen your tweets.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I hope you guys are keeping up with that Twitter using the hashtag PMPLNA as well. Xenox, all the players, come on. Make sure you use that hashtag here as we get this. Keep on going here. Let's see a little top damage. Bam. MEZEXIS putting up over 2K off the rip, and Execute 7. Execute showed up to play today.
Man, there's two teams. I mean, we're talking about surprise teams. I was actually not expecting a surprise on the first game, but I'm all for it. Okay, and another team, we got to give them some credit here. APHELION Esports. Not an insane amount of eliminations, but hey, they were able to place at least in the top 5, get themselves at least 5 points in regards to elims. Not bad at all. And Knights continuing with the fragging power that we have seen out of them. 9 eliminations for them, 1,200 damage. That conversion rate out of Knights and also out of Execute, I love to see that kind of stuff. Now with Star Gaming, hey, good job Star Gaming. You guys were wearing the first page, but you need a lot more eliminations.
Yeah, definitely need to get it done here. And I think that a lot of these teams, players, they've been doing that research, right? They've been doing that homework before this whole tournament started. And they were like, yo, we have to start off strong. We know Nova. We know the Knights are going to have a massive lead here. And I love to see it here. And also, I love to see this new mentality. We're seeing from these players, you know? We saw some squads. We saw some people on Twitter talk about, hey, don't talk about me. Talk about my squad, you know, talk about my squad. And we're seeing a lot of big differences from a lot of these teams. One of them, you know, being MEZEXIS, Glitter, the squad you picked. Look at these numbers. I poppy 5 eliminations on the first game.
Poppy Sour over here with over 700 damage and like you said, 5 elims. But we're seeing some pretty even performance. I mean, Remix over 600 himself with 4 eliminations as well. Flawless at 400 damage. And we talked about this at the beginning of the show too, because yes, it's a team game. Obviously, it's a team game. But you mentioned it, Seven. Sometimes if you've got one player that can help push your squad with just a little bit of an extra performance above everybody else, that can be the point or the performance that makes or breaks where you are in the standings. I mean, we talked about the prize pool at the beginning. Every single standing gets less and less money the farther down you go. So you want to be in a top 5 spot as well, because that puts you into Americas. So there's a lot on the line, and MEZEXIS came out of the gate hot. They are going to be hunting down Nova and Knights.
Ooh, baby. I love to see it. I love to see this action. Another team, it's all the hunt, right? It's got to be Execute 7. You know, your boys coming up big. You talked about at the start how Fate needed to come up and start off hot. 4 eliminations. Let's go.
There's a reason. And it wasn't just Fate. It was also Jason. Look at that. 396 damage, 4 eliminations out of 3 knocks. Fate being able to put up numbers. The boy Sixtus right there talking, hey, we want you to highlight the team. We were highlighting the team. What you talking about, my man? It's still the 434 damage, 2 elims, and then Telly too. I mean, everybody being able to put up great numbers. But as I was saying at the beginning of the show, Fate, I wanted to see what Fate was going to be able to do. If he was going to be able to continue what he was showing in Elite Stage, he was able to show that. By the way, special shout out to all the players out there from PMPL North America that are willing to talk to us and give us inside information of how their team works, so we can actually explain to the viewers even more. So for all the players out there that talk to us and are able to give us info that can just tell that story a little bit better and a little bit more, shout out to you.
That's right. That's right. And Sixless, if you're watching this, nice. Well done. Well done here to start it off here. Glitter.
Best reply ever.
And of course, remind everybody to make sure that you're using those hashtags. Make sure you're going and telling everybody, because it's the finals, baby. Let's go. Let's get as many people in here. Let's get this party going. Glitter, you know, I'm going to go ahead and see, right? MEZEXIS got a great start here. I want to know, right before this game starts, do you think we're going to see a similar performance? As good? Better? Worse? Tell me.
We're going into Sandhawk next, so it's anybody's game.
Are?
I'm pretty sure we are.
We're going to the jungle, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm pretty sure it's chaos time, so I'm actually going to be keeping my eyes on Nova. 1, they got to bounce back from the goose egg. 2, will they revert back to the heal strats or not?
Well, let's see who's going to be healing up in this next one. Let's take it up to Sandhawk. Take it over to Zute. It's Man Cargo.
Get that second place, and they're not going to move anywhere as far as catching up to the Knights. We just saw the Knights demolish Nova. Nova at this point, after just 1 game, it's like, okay, you're running out of time. You know, maybe that first game, Nova, you know, gets way more points than the Knights, but the fact that the Knights were the ones to take out Nova themselves, ooh, it's not looking good for Nova at all. But I will say, Nova and Knights are starting off this finals with a lot of bonus points, right? Do you think that's enough cushion for Nova to make that top 5 to qualify and, you know, risk it a little bit more and doing poorly to try and, you know, take down the Knights? Or do you feel like at some point they got to consider like, hey, can we even, you know, finish top 5 for this to qualify to the next phase into Americas?
That is a difficult question that I don't think I could give justice in answering unless I was them myself. However, I mean, I have some thoughts on it, of course,
Yeah.
right? I do think it will be difficult. Potentially, I don't know. They started off today equal with the Knights, right? Nova and Knights are equal. I think they could go on ahead and potentially win this event compared to the Knights, right? Like, I do think that they could get
okay.
in the top 5. I do think that they could qualify into Americas pretty easily, just with how Nova plays. I think the other thing that they're considering, though, is the PGC points, of course. Like, the 113 points on top of it, like, I don't even know if they should be focusing on that anymore, honestly. Maybe they are just focusing on this event. There's just so many possibilities, honestly. It does also look like Nova, though, they got to stay. I don't even know what I'm saying. They're getting in an early fight. Here we go. It looks like Yi getting in a fight with KBL already this early on. It does look like they're at least trying to find some of these elimination points a little bit earlier, because KBL, they're actually kind of pulling out of Painan, but Nova also, I feel like they usually aren't this far up to the northern side just yet. They're usually closer to Sami, so already getting in a fight. Not quite sure how it happened, but here we are.
I've seen Nova do the split, actually. They've been getting more and more comfortable and, dropping really split to get all the first aids. And KBL, they've been really comfortable in Painan, so they are also splitting up from their just Painan area a little bit, and that led to that 2v1. But, I mean, if there's one man from Nova you do not want to fight, that is Yi. Yi was the leading fragger for the team, I believe, last week out of the Nova squad. So, like, he played that very well, took down one player of Nova, and almost got a second onto Joey. Now the rest of the team is here to help, but it looks like they're still a little bit more committed to, getting the first aid kits. This is going to slow Nova down as far as getting all those first aids, but they also, don't want to lose a player, and they're not too scared to take a fight, especially with Yi getting one already.
Oh boy, yeah, all of KBL kind of coming down here. I was kind of expecting them to be a bit more aggressive, but since Nova were able to like come and support their player fast enough, this turned into a stalemate, I'll say. So for a hot sec, I really thought KBL might get 2 members there fast enough to take on a 2v1 right there, but nope. These teams definitely are aware of how important, I guess, saving the lives of their teammates are. So they're going to drop everything, drive it over, and try and protect their teammates for sure. Does look like Trick... Trick is very out in the open. I don't think MEZEXIS has any clue that he's right there, though, by that tree. So he might be able to give a little bit of a jump scare to that MEZEXIS player right beside him.
Yeah, MEZEXIS is actually really split up right now. They also do kind of a split loot, which explains why they're so split up from each other. We'll see how they play this out, though, because they did win the first match. That's always a great confidence boost, coming into the finals. And it feels like, well, Pappy Sour, the man of the hour, the player that did the most for MEZEXIS that last match, he's about to get snuck up on here by Trick. Trick pulling a trick up his sleeve. And Pappy Sour goes down. That's unfortunate for MEZEXIS. Like Glitter said, anything can happen in Sandhawk and MEZEXIS. Even though they look so good in Game 1, they're down to 3 players with not much potential to fight back. As far as the zone goes, by the way, we were like... Boot Camp, just a little bit south of Boot Camp, is the dead center of the map. That hill, that giant hill south of Boot Camp, that is almost the perfect center of the circle. So that does throw a lot of questions. A lot of the northwest island in the zone, a lot of water in play. Like, are we going to need to cross this water? Are we not? Boot Camp, Knights doing a 2-2 actually, controlling Boot Camp and that giant hill you see in the distance. Well, I mean, this is it's almost like the first circle didn't appear, because we still have no idea how this game is going to play out as far as which areas to prioritize in the map.
Exactly. This is definitely the hardest circle one in Sandhawk, just straight up. So going here, everybody's still probably just like, we can't really make a huge decision just yet until the second one is going to go on ahead and go. I am curious, though, to see if this match is going to be faster than that last one, because that last Miramar match was pretty quick, and usually it's the Sandhawks that are. And this one, though, it does look like, it's nice to see that back-to-back was watching this direction like a hawk. Do you see that? Right when they saw Coops go up that that tiny tower there,
Yeah.
he instantly got a little bit of damage put on him. So back to back, them being at the very center of this questionable circle, like at that compound where they can cross in any direction,
Yeah.
that is the compound that I would want to be at for sure. Like no
Definitely.
matter where this next one goes, like they have a comfortable cross, I'd say.
Yeah. All options are open to them, right? To the northwest,
Yeah.
take that bridge, go to the east, or stay where they are on the southwest. Like they have access to all 3 islands, but that's only going to take them so far. We'll see where the circles go, because we saw the Knights. If they need to move anywhere, the Knights will take it by force. Maybe they might lose 1 player, maybe 2, but they're going to be taking out teams, picking up points, and still getting into the late game and surviving for all those placement points. We do have a lot of teams out in the blue zone looking like they're trying to, do maybe a med strat as well, because they've not rotated at all. And it looks like a lot of them are just like looting still, like Wall Street Bets, 19E, even Dope all the way in the north. So, not everyone, is going to just let Nova claim that second place for free on Sandhawk. Other teams are going to try and start utilizing that strategy as well. And, with Sandhawk being such a difficult map, makes sense. If you're not dropping in a prime location to rotate and to, take good spots, med strat, that's probably your next best option.
I mean, we've seen it before. We've seen Koi get out healed by somebody else before. It doesn't happen often, but it has happened. So it looks like everybody wants to try it a little bit more. The next circle will shift though, and this is what we're waiting for, Zoo. This finally gives us more information. It still has I guess a decent amount of the circle down to the southern side, but like for sure, the northwestern island.
Yes.
Yeah. That's where everybody is going to want to be in the end.
Yeah, I love it when it's like more northwestern on the second circle, right? Because everyone gets really close, and then that circle pops up, meaning a lot of teams are close by to make that rotation and fight. Whereas if it's northwest circle, first zone, is some teams know they can make it, other teams will just not even try and just like take their time. But now everyone's really compacted next to each other. Everyone's got to make a move at the same time when they're already close to each other. You see APHELION here, the Panthers, MEZEXIS. This is the type of zone shifts I like to see on Sandhawk. It actually promotes a lot of fighting, and APHELION, they're going to get a knock onto MEZEXIS. MEZEXIS only down to 3. Remember that, because they, never mind. MEZEXIS down to 0. From hero to 0 in 2 games, right? First place, chicken dinner, a lot of eliminations. Now, a big fat donut in the second game.
That's true. I was looking at the center here, and it's actually disgusting. I wouldn't want to be here. There are so many teams, but that was just flat up APHELION just being amazing, I'll say. Like that, they cleaned that up pretty well for themselves. Like one of them did take a lot of damage, but otherwise not so much. So they ended up cleaning that up pretty quickly, and that's good for them because of the existence of these other teams right by them. The Panthers now being really the only team that's the closest. Everybody else is actually focusing on their rotations to the other island already, whereas APHELION now trying to make a move after that fight. The Panthers decided to stay, so they know that they're at the back of the circle. There is somebody behind them, and look at that. They're purposely staying to try and get eliminations off of it. They have won, but since they didn't wait just a little bit longer for all of APHELION to come closer, I think APHELION is not going to obviously be taking that route any longer.
Oh man, Clown down again. It's definitely a mixture of Clown, being the scout and probably, need to work on his scouting a little bit, which is why he always gets taken down. But I also feel like there's some sort of bad luck for Clown, because we saw the rest of, the APHELION team making that same kind of cross, but it's just Clown that gets caught. I wish there was a statistic for like first player down on a team, like percentage-wise. Clown would definitely be it for APHELION. But hey, they had a good game 1. A lot of damage, not a lot of eliminations. We saw they didn't convert too hard, but hey, they're starting this one off with 4 points. Not too bad as far as Sandhawk goes, but trying to rotate to find another way in because you run into a team on Sandhawk, it doesn't work like that. This is Sandhawk. If you run into a team on Sandhawk and you try and go somewhere else, there's another team there. This map is too small for you to try and avoid fights. So they're just going to end up losing another player and getting extremely split up.
Yeah, now APHELION, they're just driving the opposite direction. They're literally driving just straight east, like into the blue zone they go. Yeah. There's like, it's safe over here. Let's go back. But actually, I think it's interesting what Star Gaming is doing because there's actually only 3 people over on that side. And he's actually the 4th one. Cut to it before I even said it. Brian, he's already on the opposite side of that waterway, right? He's already on the island that we think it's going to shift to, getting that information, but also completely surrounded by HQA. So he had that kind of foot there for the rest of his team, but now it's just not going to work out. Now I'm a tiny bit worried that if he'll be able to even make it back to his team. It does look like he's wading through the water now. HQA hasn't cut him out just yet. We don't see that red indicating damage, so maybe he'll get back, but we'll have to wait and see, especially because if this next zone shifts, Star Gaming might want to try and be aggressive and make that push actually happen. Ooh, I think so. Or they could actually rotate north to the bridge. We'll have to see.
Yeah, a lot of potential options here. The Knights, I think they're going to just go straight on in. Might take a fight with back-to-back here. Back-to-back love playing that compound. It's a strong position that back-to-back has in a circle like this. Gives them a lot of options to play with and a strong place to defend. We'll see where the other teams do, though, because a lot of teams have to head on to this island now. We are 100% on the northwestern island with a good majority of the teams not even close. So it's like time to make a decision. Do you fight your way in, or are you going to just go for that med strat? And I don't think a lot of teams have the meds to make that decision right now. So we'll see a lot of fights potentially. Great circle for Execute, though. They continue to hold down that giant mountain on the northwest island. We'll see if the circle ends up going up there, which would be great for the Execute team.
Yeah, they're in all the spots, so you just get full coverage of that entire top of the mountain there. That's a really good, strong spot. Everybody else, though, you already said there's so many teams out on the far edges of this previous circle that who even knows if they're going to be able to make it farther. WALLSTREETBETS, they're actually going for a huge rotation. They're all the way by Painan, and now they're just deciding to drive along the far eastern side of the previous zone. I think probably going all the way up to the north towards the bridge. So they're going to start all the way from the southern, all the way to the north. That's a big rotation for them. But I mean, if they see that potential opening, they're going for it.
You question if you know, a couple of teams might take that northeastern rotation. It looks like it's more than just one team. Star Gaming trying to see if they can save their member that was knocked, and they will be able to. I like how they're, you know, dedicating someone for the revive. In a circle like this, you don't have priority rotation anymore, so why rush yourself, right? Just hang back, you know, take the time, try and get a revive, even though it's going to cut down on your rotation. There's no rush at this point because the circle is pretty much set on the northwest, and you're either in or you're out, right? You either got to fight your way in with 4 people, or you're just going to, you know, give up that revive. And luckily for them, they decided not to give it up, and they will get reset to 4. Nova, well, they're actually rotating right through KBL, so looks like they might get into a fight again. Koi, though, hanging way further back. He's usually the one with all the first aid kits, and Nova will lose 1 player. Koi actually taking shots. He does have the 26 first aid kits. He cannot go down to Quan here. And yeah, he had the win in that fight, but Koi realizes if he goes down, it's all over for Nova. So he's playing very disciplined. And Joey, last one out for KBL now. KBL trying to set up some type of trap play, but it looks like they are trapped in the jaws of Nova instead.
And say Yi getting that knock on the second player over there before the res came through, that was pretty sick. But now Joey doing a little good amount of damage, honestly, towards Z. He just has to prone out and hope that he doesn't get caught in this spot. I can't tell what Joey's deciding here. No, he's looking straight at him. He's taking this fight for sure. While you're right, Koi, he's just trying to stay back and kind of wait for his moment, I guess, to really start just healing. Yi is definitely stuck on this bridge now. As you can see, a lot of fights are now actually happening all across this next zone, especially as it's about to pop.
Next circle shifting, and whoa, that is
nice.
all right. I know Miramar was a tough circle, you know, the way it shifted. Man, Sandhawk as well. I don't think we've had a more difficult, you know, kind of circle shifts on Sandhawk until today. It seems like coming into the finals, the circle gods are furious, and they want to put on a show, give the teams the most difficult sequences of shifts right now. Joey, last one up, gets tagged up by Koi right there, and I think Nova, they're going to hunt down Joey here. He's pretty much trapped, and yep, Yi getting the
go.
finish. That's KBL out. Nova picking up 4 eliminations, and we did see them have up to 26 first aid kits. We'll probably pick up a few more from KBL.
And now we're back to this fight over here. I was actually looking at it in that elimination feed there. Ace of Spades was doing some damage to the Knights there, but the Knights ended up getting them back. Ace of Spades, I believe, only have 2 people left, but now the Knights have to push up onto back-to-back at that compound that you were talking about that they love holding. You see 2 of them have pushed up here, trying to make sure that the Knights can't come any further, but at least one of them has made it to the rocks there being spec'd. The rest are further behind, and now, there we go, going for the bridge. Well, I don't know if back-to-back's going to be able to stop them from that rotation.
J7, you gotta hit those. He was on a bike in the open, taking a straight path across the bridge. Oh man, missed opportunity there. That might actually come back and bite back-to-back in the butt, quite literally, because the Knights are rotating behind them. Kill switch, lucky for him, already got a step ahead and will take down one member of the Knights. The Knights are actually running into the Nova team on the south because they can't cross that bridge to the north. So it's a two-way kind of approach fight. Spec goes down. This is not looking like the Knights game. This is a good chance for Nova to get, some points back from the lead that the Knights took. Oh, never mind. Coop's just too good. And he will go down there to Nova.
Oh, yeah, but Rip Coy, now it's all up to Yi. We'll see what Yi's going to be able to do here. But yeah, the Knights just could not cross. It does look like back-to-back is going to suffer that a little bit too. I mean, they only lost 1, though, I'll say. Like, they still are 3 up, so they should still be able to continue to play this game pretty strong. The Panthers, though, somehow they made it from that eastern spot actually into the circle before all those other people that were closer the last time we took a look. And they almost were all out there. You can see that now half of them are still down as HQA are just trying to stay alive, holding on to the very ledges of this plateau that they found themselves on, trying not to make this peak happen. But also, Fate, you can see him through the tree right there. I am so sure he's looking this direction, trying to see if he can participate in any of this.
Yeah, the Panthers, getting whittled down by the nades. The Panthers were down to only 1 player, I think, one or 2. They got a full reset, but HQA have the util to play patient and continuously batter them down, and now it looks like they're going to make that push as it is just 2 players of the Panthers. And I think Fate is taking shots from distance too at maybe HQA and the Panthers here. Fear is on fire, like literally on fire, taking damage, will get knocked down. It is all down to Moso, and Chi-Wang just slowly proning up on the other side, makes a play, but Chi-Wang actually goes down to the hit list from I'm not sure what angle, and fight is over. The Panthers eliminated. Execute, get the zone on the mountaintop. This is Execute's chicken dinner here.
They are very spread out, though, and they do have a surprise coming from behind them. Back-to-back, he's kind of around them, so we'll have to wait and see. It looks like we got some predictions. Who will win? Hotchuk says Execute, 7 says The Chosen, and Glitter says 19 Esports. So we have to wait and see who's going to go on ahead and take that. It looks like now we saw all the fighting down to the south, right, Zoo? Now we can have all the fighting up to the northern side. So many teams, after making their rotations up to the north, took refuge inside of Hot 10. Hot 10 being the safest with the most amount of cover. But now people have to fight to get out because the blue zone, this is the fast side of the circle close. And you can see Casper here going up against Star Gaming. I think there might actually only be 1 left, being Hayuya. Yep, and he's prepping that nade, and he's going to actually finish that off for himself. So Star Gaming is still going to stay up with 5 eliminations so far. He does still have a couple people in front of him to go through.
I like that little jump nade he did right there. Beautifully thrown. Finishes that team off, picks up the point. But here's the grind in the northern side. You got to cross the road. No one really can make that cross. I think, if anything, the team should just fight it out. Exactly what Sure is looking to do after his teammate just went down.
What?
Down to 1 HP. Blue Zone's going to take that off. It's actually John-Chi that gets the knock. And Jad G in the distance trying to sneak by. He will also get taken down by the damage, and it's WALLSTREETBETS that will end up winning the fight because they didn't try to make the impossible cross. Instead, they sat back and just farmed the points. That's what you need to do, honestly, in situations like those. And look, even more points to be farmed by John-Chi. Really nicely played. You just can't make that cross, so maximize your points by taking the fights. Now we have a few players out in the deep chasm. They don't want to be out in the open because this is pretty much the only cover there is for the rest of the map. Execute still sitting, just really comfortable on the top with 4 players alive.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult kind of playing in here and potentially even getting out. 19 Esports taking a good amount of damage, though, from Ace of Spades trying to make their way through. They're just being held out, though. There's no way Ace of Spades is going to make it through here unless Crystal Pig actually makes something happen for them. He's hiding behind this rock, but that doesn't, of course, stop him from tossing over some of that util there. There's only a couple more left underneath there, and it looks like Ace of Spades, unfortunately, will not get the ending that they want. Only one person now left. Oh, no! Crystal Pig actually getting caught out from somebody from above. There we go. Execute, finally. This is their time to shine. They've been up there towards the top this entire time, and now they have the high ground against everybody else inside of this.
What a better time to get blessed by the circle. Execute, play that mountaintop every single time it's a northwestern island. This time it kind of works out for them, though, because the zone is going to end up there. Up to 6 eliminations. I mean, this is a free win. They are uncontested. Nobody can even put up a fight just due to the way the circles has shifted. We're down to the last couple of teams. All of them pretty much non-contestion. They're just trying to stay alive with their first aid kits. Some are medding in the blue. Some have sneaked into the zone. But it goes without question that Execute will be the winners of this match.
Oh, yeah. All 4 of them up. There's only even 2 solos inside of the circle. The rest aren't even in here. There we go. Back to back will be the first solo out of this one, though. Telly dropping from behind. How do you win that? Look at his HP. He has like 5 HP left after that move. 19 Esports gets ripped out of the lobby, though, because of it.
Yeah, we're down to Nova and the Chosen as the med strat teams. We saw the Chosen try and do the med strat, a couple weeks ago, so they do have a good amount, but I think Nova might just, beat them out because we saw Nova get into a couple fights, meaning more first aids to be had. We have Yi here doing good old Yi things. 13, yep.
He is so
that
many.
is way too much for the Chosen to try and out med. So we're going to have Execute as the winners for Sandhawk. The Chosen will get third. Nova will get second. Nova did get a couple more points than, Knights this time around, but I don't know if it's enough for them to feel good about themselves in terms of, hey, we're catching up on the Knights. Might be, it's definitely good for them, though, because first game they got taken out by the Knights. This game, they were the ones to actually finish and eliminate the Knights. The rivalry between these two kind of continues.
There you go. They got a 1-for-1 thing going on so far, I guess you could say. Maybe we'll see that for the rest of today. But yeah, it does look like our second matchup today will end exactly as we said. Look at them just running around now. Honestly, at this point, he doesn't even need to keep healing. But you know for a fact that every single time Nova gets first aids, they're going to use every single one until the end.
Like, why chance it, right? Like, maybe it's not a 1v4 and there's another player somewhere med stratting. But Execute with a really good game, number 1, with a lot of eliminations from game 1, carrying it straight into the second game. So far, Execute has been doing the best in these 2 matches coming into the finals. So I love how, earlier on the desk we said, keep a close eye on Execute, right? Sixes came in, kind of, fit the puzzle piece that Execute was missing. Is not so much that Sixes is carrying the team all of a sudden. It's the team was in a great position with all of their players. They just needed that one missing piece, and that was the experience in IGL. Skills out of Sixes. They needed an IGL to keep everything in check, and that's what Sixes is doing now. And then all the other pieces, Fate, Jason, Telly, they're definitely more fraggers in my opinion, and it is really putting on a display right now with how well they're doing in game number 1 and game number 2 of the grand finals for PMPL North America.
For sure, shows that one small change can really just have everybody find their strengths, right? Like that's definitely the story there, because they've always had it in them, I feel like, and now they just really have their strengths shining in this situation for sure. So it'll be interesting to see the next of these matches, because we're going to throw it in the highlights, then to the desk, and get to the next one shortly.
THIRDEYE with the fly down shots. Man, Execute are clutching it up here at the start of this tournament. This team's different. I'll tell you what. Oh, look at this. Prediction results. Me, 1 point. Thank you very much. Glitter, 1 point. And now 7 with the goose egg. 7, explain yourself.
It's like the Matrix. You guys can't really see it, but it's like computer code right there. That 0 is actually going to become a 10. It's projecting out there, okay? Just wait for it. Yeah, it'll come back, I hope.
All right. Let's see if that's going to be the case. As we take a look here at the match ranking 7. Execute, crushed it. Nova, heel strat.
Nova? Hey, Nova crushed it, baby. They're back to doing what no one's used to doing in Sandhawk. Them healing strats. And you know what? I'm actually surprised it happened, because Korean barbecue lovers almost stopped them again from being able to do that. I saw you, Joey. I saw what you were trying to do. And they actually switched the players. It wasn't Koi this time that was healing. It was actually you. So, okay. We see you, Noah. We see you. The Chosen. I mean, the Chosen really went for that healing strat. They decided to get 0 eliminations, 10 placement points. We keep going down. I mean, 19 Esports surprise here with 9 points back to back. With those 9 points, they're definitely going to have to put up a lot more if they want to be within the top 5 once this weekend and finals is done. Wall Street Bets, it's been a minute since we talked about this, since we've seen them here with 8 points. I mean, the first 3 was just so top heavy, Glitter. I want to see the second page.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing some small resurgences from some of those squads that had very strong phases 1 and 2, fell off a little bit in 3, or even fell off in 2 and 3. They're bouncing back just a tad here. As we look at the second page, it's Sandhawk, right? So there's lots of elims to go around. Everything's kind of very spread out across whichever teams rotated into each other and were forced into any earlier mid-game engagements. Because even down at the bottom, you've got Knights with at least 3 elims, Panthers with 3 elims, and they all went out pretty early. MEZEXIS, a little bit of a yo-yo here with the high of the chicken dinner and then the low of the goose egg immediately after. But that's kind of what happens sometimes on Sandhawk. To be fair, and I don't think we called it out after the end of the last match. Dope was on our top damage last time, and they kind of fell apart a little bit quickly here when that circle started to shrink down, but they still got 3 elim points on the board, and we're seeing a little bit of more aggression out of Dope, which they need, because they were one of those teams when we talk about coming into the finals that was towards the bottom with not a lot of bonus points to use, so they need to make up some serious ground.
And even talking about Dope, I was really hoping that we would see a little bit more aggressiveness out of them being up there in the north. They were in the circle for the longest time. They just allowed teams to just cross that bridge and move into them. And ultimately, I feel like that was their demise. That was where everything fell apart from them, because once that circle shifted towards where Execute was, and they're on top of the mountains and they're able to see everything, it was all over. The Panthers there with the 3 points, Knights with the 3 points. This is actually going to make it even better. Knights performed really well the first match. Not so well here the second match. Nova kind of sucked the first match.
Even it back out.
Went with the heel strat. Yeah. We'll see what happens when we see that overall leaderboard.
Oh, I can't wait to see them a little bit later. But first, we got to take a look at the top damage, Glitter, see which players got the most. I'm not going to expect to see Nova on here, but we do. Oof. 6 eliminations. Look at that conversion rate.
Yeah. I was going to say, not only are they up here, but they are almost dead even for the conversion. You know what? With the situation they had to deal with, like you were saying, Seven, they were getting picked off by Korean barbecue lovers as they were making their rotation. They made lemonade out of lemons in this scenario, okay? They got elims on the board, and a decent amount if you look at everybody else up here on the top damage dealers, and then they went to their tried and true heel strats to get themselves second place. That was the play for Nova in this particular scenario. But looking at the rest of this, I mean, obviously Execute with the consistency now, 2 games back-to-back, phenomenal performances. HQA find themselves up here. Panthers up here, and we were talking about Panthers while we were watching the game 7. We were really hoping that Panthers would have performed a little bit better here on this map.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it kind of fell apart there against HK, and I was like,
and Star was up there too.
I was gonna pick you, Panthers.
That's Sandhawk. You just never know what's going to happen. I mean, we saw, I think the Nova's original strategy was to have Koi do the heal strat, but then he went down, so Yi had to go ahead and pick up his heals and get it done. So crazy to see them heal and not even be on the map and still get second place. Crazy to see there. Now, you know, one thing that's also been pretty insane is to see Execute 7, right? Your boys here coming up really strong, and this is the comparison between match number 1 and match 2, and wow, I mean, I don't think you can ask for a better start.
Yeah, consistency. I mean, the eliminations. Let me be nitpicky here. All right. The damage,
Okay.
They weren't able to match it. I'm just kidding. Damage, 1,300 damage on the second one. That's amazing to see, especially when it comes to Sandhawk. And look at the damage received. This is how well they were able to play in that location. They had an amazing split where they were able to just figure out where they wanted to go as the circle shifted. I love to see that, especially with the advantage, the height advantage that they did have. The eliminations from going from 12 to 8. They're going to be super, super happy about that. Assist is going to go down a little bit more. But overall, I mean, this team is just performing so well. And you know what? I want to highlight the players one more time. Fate, so far, after 2 games, 6 eliminations. Jason, after 2 games, 6 eliminations. Sixless, he got 3. And let me see who else got some here. Telly got 5. So, if this team can continue like this, I'm gonna be impressed, and I'm actually gonna be saying that they're gonna be challenging for that first place.
Woo! All the way. Dang, that's a bold prediction right there, 7. As we take a look at the overall leaderboards.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness! Bonus points. What? Bonus points. What? Glitter?
This is phenomenal, and this is why we had to talk about this, okay? Because there were squads that were behind Nova and Knights that needed to make up that gap. Execute has already done that, putting themselves in the running for that top spot, like you were just saying, Seven. And to be fair, like I said, Stargaming was just on that top damage graph. They're bringing themselves up. They're within 10 points of Nova now, and MEZEXIS has closed down the gap as well. And I think this is going to be a lot closer than any of us anticipated, Jukes.
Wow. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it's crazy to think that, they already had that gap and just covered it so quickly. I mean, they executed their game plan to perfection. I mean, to start off so strong, they got to be feeling themselves. We take a look here at the second page here, 7. Your boys back-to-back, 61 points. They still have a big hurdle to cross if they want to make it to the top 5, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, they definitely have a much, much bigger gap in regards to the bonus points that some of the other teams were able to get. I mean, for 9 plays right now to 2 games, not bad. You know what? We want to see you a lot higher, though, back-to-back. And with Execute, they were able to close a 16-point gap to Knights and Nova in just 2 matches.
Well, I hear the plane going already. Let's get this next match started.
Oh man, the action is happening so fast that we don't even have time to be on screen. We're already into the 3rd match, and I think that works out great for Execute. They are in 1st place right now.
Oh,
Overall,
yeah.
there we go. Live finals ranking, 99 points. I mean, hey, the bonus points do play a factor, but if you come into the grand finals looking like a snack the way Execute is, hey, you could find yourself up in 1st place, even if you weren't in the 1st place to begin with the bonus points. But of course, Execute did perform really, really well phase 3, right? On the 3rd and final week, they put in a lot of work, and those points did end up helping them out. However, it's far from, said and done. We're only 2 games in. Can Execute keep this up? Because we know the Knights, it doesn't matter if they, have a bad game one game or a good game another. The Knights are going to get those points the more games they play in. So it's kind of up to Execute to keep up this pacing.
To be fair, even with those points that were shown, like Execute is still in 1st place, even though the Knights started with a lot more bonus points ahead of them. So just knowing that, that just means their performance in these last 2 matches were really good. But yeah, it was just 2 matches so far. So now this is where that consistency conversation comes into play yet again, as per usual, right? It's like, okay, so clearly Execute had the past 2 really good games. Now they're holding on to that 1st place spot, even though there were a couple teams ahead of them that came in with more bonus points. Will they be able to keep that momentum going? So we'll have to wait and see. I will say I'm a little bit surprised. Actually, I guess I'm not. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm kind of surprised by the Knights and Nova not being at the top so far, but Execute, they're just knocking it out of the park so far. I'm really excited, actually, to see them continue into this. And also, I'm surprised, I'm kind of stumbling on my words, because we're already seeing a fight happening, Zute. Already. 2.5 minutes in, there's already a fight. I feel like this is very unusual. That plane path was a tiny bit rough, but still, usually we don't see people running into each other already around this area.
Yeah, especially not on air and go. Oh,
Exactly.
he drove straight into that tree. Probably
It
had
moved,
the mini map
you know?
up, probably, planning their next rotation, didn't account for the tree. But yeah, no, you're
Put that
right.
there.
Erangel is usually a map where even if teams might drop on each other, like as far as, off a plane path to get to where they want to loot, they don't really engage into fights. I think I was wrong, saying teams kind of get a reset when we come into the finals. I have seen no resets at all. Everybody is just playing like there has been no breaks whatsoever. Everyone's playing on point. Teams are just really committing to the fights and playing extremely well. And I love it, right? Like it's not a slow pace that I was expecting out of day one, and then it ramps up. And I think it really does have to do with the format, right? When we
Yes,
start this tournament
exactly.
off, when we start this tournament off with points on board already, and no one's sitting at 0-0-0-0 all the way through, everyone's kind of like, okay, this is what we need to do. We know where we stand. This is our game plan. But when everyone's reset to 0, then everyone's mental is also reset. So loving the format and just what it's kind of put these teams into and what we've been shown so far in the finals.
Yeah, no, that now they don't get to just sit there and chill and see how the games roll out, like that's what I think happens when everything is set to 0. But now since there's already points, there's like, okay, can't do that anymore. Already have goals right away, game 1, to try and get ahead of the people above us. So I think that's interesting. It's kind of an interesting change, I guess you could say, to how these guys are playing it. I kind of wonder how it does feel for these guys since they're so used to the format previous. Like, how does it feel now with coming into this not at 0 points? I'm a little curious, but it does look like
I'll tell you.
Yeah, go.
I know how back-to-back feels. Not happy. Yeah.
Oh.
Because usually this is the reset they're looking for to somehow, win the PMPL NA finals, because everyone gets reset to 0 and then they just start showing up. But can't do it this time around. I'm not saying back-to-back's out yet. We have seen I'm not going to say great performances, but they're looking alive, to say the least, right?
You've
Like
seen
they're putting on some points.
Yeah. This game, though, a little unfortunate. They're the team that lost somebody, in that early fight that we saw that we're already confused about. So in this one, it might be a little rough. I mean, to be fair, the game doesn't really change, I feel like, from 4 to 3 people, but it does make it harder, right? Like, you still use the same strategies with 3, but it still it's still harder. Like, all the fights are still more difficult just because you don't have that one extra person. So, but they can still play this game normally otherwise. So we'll see.
I definitely agree to that. A little kind of note I want to make on top of that, though, is that there are some teams that literally don't seem to play different as far as engagements go and how well they do. Like when the Knights are down from 4 to 3, you can't even tell. When Nova's down from 4 to 3, you also can't really tell, right? But some teams, when they're down from 4 to 3, they'll play the same, but it is very obvious, as far as performance goes in a fight and stuff, it is pretty notably different. And let's touch on the circle a little bit here. So we have the Knights coming in from the northeast, Execute from the northwest, and Nova from the southern side. So the top 3 teams right now that are pretty much closely tied with each other, all coming in from different edges of the map, and the center being just where around Gatka is. I feel like this is going to favor the team that really knows how to kind of, fight their way in. And Nova, not really known for a team that's able to fight. We see Execute, right? Going back to game 1 and game 2. Game 2, they got the circle. Game 1, they didn't. And they fought their way in just like the Knights did, and they both had great performances. So I feel like this might be the game where kind of Nova potentially falls down even more.
Oof. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, as of right now, the zone could help them out. If the zone goes down to the southern side, Execute and Knights are kind of in the same situation up to the northern side. But, you're right. You can't just rely on the circle either to see how your performance is going to be, because sometimes you don't get the zone at all and you still end up having a great game. If the zone comes to you, you still have a great game and it's not as stressful, right? So, it'll be interesting, to say the least, how at least this first day develops. It's really going to be at the end of today that I feel like we'll be able to see more of what these teams are thinking and how the rest of this is going to go.
I'm definitely excited to see how the rest of the day is going to go, because we have 6 games today as well. Today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. Not just the 5. This is the grand finals after all. And honestly, with this being the grand finals, I really want to hear what the audience has to say every step of the way. I mean, we hear the devs say,
Yeah.
hashtag PMPLNA, tag us. I know there is a stream delay, but honestly, like, start tagging me, at Zute. I think that's Zute with 3 O's. At me, hashtag PMPLNA, and I will have an open conversation with you guys watching at home as the games go on.
Nice.
Like, with so much being on the line right now, this being the grand finals, it's like I really want to see what everyone else is saying, what everyone else is feeling, and if they agree or disagree with me or you, even Spam,
Yeah.
right? So like, go ahead, do the hashtags, at Jukes, at Glitter, at Seven, at Span, at all of us, because we all have our eyes dead set on seeing what happens in the very few final days of the PMPL North America.
And you already asked me a difficult question last game, right? Like, what is Nova thinking? And I'm like, big flounder, because, like, I honestly have no clue. Like, Nova's going to say it best or think it best, right? So I'd be interested to see even what other people think, or even what you think.
That was a nice little bait setup right there. Acer prone in the grass. Joey kind of exposing himself, but that was definitely set up. And now KBL on the aggression. KBL started off really poorly in game 1 and game 2, right? Game 2, they lost some on Sandhawk. Game 3, though, it looks like they were fighting back. They got 2 of MEZEXIS down. Fight's not over. MEZEXIS just getting ripped to shreds from every angle. KBL with the perfect trap, playing very split up. We do see one member of KBL knocked, but he's getting revived right here. And I think MEZEXIS, from 4 players down to 1. Hey, they won the first game, MEZEXIS, right, in huge, spectacular fashion. Second game, first team is taken out, Big Donut. Third game, looks like might just be the same thing. MEZEXIS down to just 1 player. Goes to show, man, you might be able to start off the tournament strong, but that does not mean you're going to have the momentum to keep it forwards.
That's very true. And that interaction, though, I have to point out, Acer just ripped people out of their vehicles with headshots. That was disgusting. But yeah, the rest of MEZEXIS just trying to disengage, find themselves a safe spot to play out the rest of this match, while the Chosen and Dope are in a big aggressive fight. Okay, it looks like the Chosen here have 3 now actually down. So this fight with Subpig is the last one up, and Illusion will just barely win that. Look at that, like literally like 2 HP is going to win that for his team. The rest of Dope are going to be able to get that res onto Flash. Fishy unfortunately did get flushed out, but they got that church area just to the side of Ruins. This could be a spot that they play until the very end of the game, just smack in the center here. So that fight might have been well worth it.
Yeah, Dope might get heavily rewarded. And we said it already, it's all about the consistency, right? We saw the Chosen get 2nd place on Sandhawk. Boom, 0 points. We saw MEZEXIS get 1st place on Miramar in game 1. Game 2 and game 3, looking like they're going to get donuts again. So, like, even though teams are winning those chickens or getting those 2nd, 3rd place finishes, doing really well for themselves, it's more about which teams are consistently doing well. And so far, in the leaderboards, it's looking like it's going to be between Execute, Knights, and Nova. Star Gaming is hanging on in there, and they've been doing pretty decent each game. Definitely, not throwing any games away. So Star Gaming might come into play also. But of course, with so many games left, any team could still shoot themselves up in that top 5 position. Nova right now doing a rotation somewhat off center. So Nova always playing better when they're closer to the center of zone with their splits and formations, managing to get pretty deep into the 2nd circle. But if the circle shifts up north, like across a river, that's going to be a really tough one for Nova. And there's a small chance it might just do that still.
There is, and it's going to be a tough one, not even just for Nova, but for a lot of these teams. Like, there's only a couple, of course, bridges up to that northern side, and so far, just taking a look, all of them, all of the ones that are usually the go-to bridges, I'll say, are already covered. Yeah, you can even see it here. Like, just the one on the far edges are a little bit more free, but we're going to see this close and see where it's going to decide to go. I mean, it could totally continue to kind of straddle that river, and then that'll just be a question for these guys terrorize the rest of this game. So it's going to be difficult coming into this terrain here. We'll see though. Circle is about to pop. Everybody just holding their breath, and it will pull over once again. That hard shift on over towards that western side. We have a little bit of the crate situation, the river situation, some mountains in here. We've seen this zone a lot though, Zute,
Yeah,
but
we
I
have.
am interested to see how this one's going to end, because so far it has been different the times that you've seen it, but it's still a difficult one.
Yeah, we'll probably see the Knights just take control of the north. That's how they usually play this one. They'll,
Yeah.
take control of the riverside if they have to, if the zone goes south. But I feel like with this zone, this is one of those hard shifts where we get a better idea that the zone ends around here earlier on, right? This is kind of a big shift where all of a sudden teams
Yeah.
are just put in a position where it's like, oh, not expecting that, because I was expecting maybe a northern shift where they have to rotate north. But I don't think a lot of teams are prepared for a northwestern shift where it's all of a sudden like crates, river, mountain, Mount Everest.
Not this again.
Yeah. But, like you said, we have seen the circle quite a few times. So teams are at least familiar with the dynamics of this zone, but it still does not make it any easier for them. And Nova right now looks like they're going to have to give up on the rotations completely. They're just going to have to play the edge from circle 3 and have to fight their way in when the circle shifts off of them.
Yeah, I'm already seeing some big differences from the other maps that we've seen, and some also big similarities, so I guess it'll be interesting to see how it's fully going to end, especially with the Knights up on the northern side. Like, Execute is up there with them. Are they really going to win up there this time? We'll have to wait and see. And since there are so many teams down to the southern side, last time we saw this, the majority of teams were to the north, and we had to watch them scramble down to try and find a space to play. So this one is different, of course. Every match is different in PUBG, which makes it so great. And Knights, here we go. They're making a big crash on the 6-list. He's hoping that his teammates will be able to provide him some cover here. You can see one of them to the side is going to be trying to do his best, and 6-list found himself a spot to play, but taking some damage from afar as the Knights are going to start peeking around the corner. All of Executor here trying to save their teammates as the Knights are now pushing full pressure onto them. Nobody's been knocked just yet, though. Everybody healing on up, trying to find that perfect angle. Here, the big nade coming through, getting the knock onto Jason here. So it does look like they will finally get the knock onto one. The second one goes down. Here comes the last member of Execute. Only 2 left here to go on against the entirety of the Knights. Oh, 1 is now left. They just ripped up. That was a really difficult kind of win here. Let's see what 6-list can do.
I don't think 6-list can do much. He's not really known for his CQC, and that is Execute taken out. I mean, you could see like both teams playing really well today. But you could see just the difference in mechanical skill level. It seemed like the Knights player were just moving faster than the Execute team. Every time Execute took a few shots, Knights were in and out, only taking down like a little bit of HP. Whereas the Knights, when they fire back, they get the knocks. So that was a huge win for them. They do take control of that bridge, and they will need that bridge to make the cross down south. KBL and Nova were fighting in the elimination feed. Not even sure who came out ahead of that one as HQA and the Panthers. Oh man, it just went from 0 to 100 in a blink of an eye.
I'm not surprised. That hard shift over is really difficult. Like, so many people are going to be struggle busing to get inside that zone and fight immediately. And this next zone shift it's going to kind of come down at the end of this, I think. Like, it's still kind of the repercussions from this last shift. And after that, people might have these spots inside of the zone to be able to play. Next one, you can clearly see that the Panthers surrounding HQA. Oh, they're just taking the vehicle and they're just going to drive right through the smoke to try and find out that last member. And it looks like they didn't. Okay. Chi-Wing finding that one elimination, complete flush into the Panthers member, but he will be cleaned up eventually. Also, we saw that flash on the board. We got everybody to guess which teams will be finishing in top 3. We have Glitter saying back-to-back, 7 with the Knights, and Jukes with the hit list.
This zone, I don't think those predictions were made, by the way, before the zone came up. And I think every circle shift really kind of changed things. I mean, same game 1 and game 2, we had similar circles where no one knew what kind of game it was going to be until the 3rd circle. We don't usually see that in any of our games. So, like, the circle gods really putting on, a show for everyone with these difficult circle shifts for these teams to think on their feet. Now, teams in the south still kind of fighting it out. There's still a few teams on the north side that have to make their way in. Knights and APHELION Esports included. It looks like they will manage to get into the edge of zone. Nova right now, let's take a look. They have 2 players up, I believe. Yeah, 2 players up. And they did manage to make one of their infamous rotations, right? Just straight into the center zone in a nice little pocket right underneath Mount Everest. We'll see if that plays out well for them. Everyone else, though, just kind of caught on each other's side, just waiting for the next circle to kind of spur up the action once again, because we did lose a bunch of players. We're down to 38 remaining.
Already. Yeah, already. Even with that fight between Knights and XQ was happening way too fast for my brain and my mouth to even comprehend or catch up with what was going on. Looks like APHELION, they actually had a huge rotation coming in from all the way towards that northwestern side, all the way down to the south. Looks like the hit list will be doing a tiny bit of damage to them, at least as they crash into that tree, actually getting the knock onto Trick. Trick, that was one of the top 5 players that we saw coming into this, and now, unfortunately, getting taken out from a rotation is going to hurt a little bit. 2 more members left from APHELION. You can even see there. Oh man, having to run through the open is not an ideal situation.
And MEZEXIS Pappy Sour right there, actually rotating across the street to take the fight to APHELION. We'll get the knock and confirmation. The hit list sitting nice up here on top of the mountain. We do have another team on top of there, Star Gaming and the hit list, both on Mount Everest. Back to back, you see on that mini map playing on the northern side, the Knights on the far edge. Knights did lose 1 member against the Execute team, so that's going to hinder their firepower just a little bit. But I was saying, you know, the Knights, when they're down to 3 players from 4, they still almost pack the same punching power. And you can see them, you know, really punching it out with WALLSTREETBETS, and the circle shifts up north. That's a really good shift for all the teams up north. But oh, hold on, Tensa. I think you didn't really clear out this compound, but they're committed. It's a 2 versus 3 with 1 player on the north side, Spec providing some cover, but I don't think this is something the Knights can pull off.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate situation there, though, where you cannot play that bank up to the northern side right beside the river because the zone already shifted off. So I guess they decided that they needed to do something now rather than later because they're going to have to make the move anyway. Coops goes down, though. Tensa, you can see he's almost knocked as well. And Spec, he's trying to do something from that northern side, but he just can't catch any of the 19 Esports members. There you go. Big explosion has Tensa down as well, and Spec is the last one up. And there's no way he's going to be making that clearly.
Yeah, it did not go well. I feel like the way that they rushed this compound, they might have thought it was clear. I don't know. I feel like 19 must have been taking a lot of shots just all throughout. You know, they're in a great position. Now Spec, like you mentioned, he can't play on this northern bank. He's got to make some sort of hero play, but a 1v4, not very likely. No first A's. Can't heal strat that. You could try to do some crazy YOLO rotation, like the types that Nova do, that just magically find themselves in a good spot in zone. And it looks like Knights will decide to make some type of rotation. I don't think it's going to work out. They're driving right into back-to-back, but 19 Esports blessed with a very nice spot in the zone. Still 0 eliminations, though, so they need to make use of that. And, well, I was saying back-to-back is going to take out Spec because he's driving right into them, but it might be the other way around. Spec might just take out 2 members of back-to-back instead.
Yeah, apparently. Apparently. He is on fire right now, though. It's not going to take him down fully. And, okay, there we go. Kill switch will find him out there inside the little side of the building. Already getting the res, but... Oh, yeah, he can't do it. The blue zone's there. He can't get his teammate up. He just has to go and join J-Way on the very edge of Mount Everest.
So that's the Knights out early. Nova still alive with 2. Execute, we saw them go out to the Knights in a slugfest, to say the least. It looked really close, and then the Knights just pulled out ahead. Match is still far from over. We still got 7 teams remaining. Dope Esports right here taking a fight with Ace of Spades. Gets a nice little shot in. He will get behind that buggy just in time to pull off the first aid kit, but Dope's got another grenade in hand. Ace of Spades in a terrible position. They need to be a little bit more proactive. I mean, when you're caught in positions like this, it's just time to really, you know, make a decision. We got to fight, because if you stay down there any longer, Dope's just going to keep whittling you down. And now Ace of Spades is just down to 1 player.
And there's even somebody up to the northern side, so if they aren't careful, or if they don't even look to the north, there you go. I was gonna say, because I could have sworn that Robert actually could see that last member of Ace, and that is true, but he just hasn't spotted them out just yet. A couple more nades coming through from Dope. They actually have to make a rotation in that direction based off of this new zone shift. So seeing Ace of Spades be eliminated in there, Robert actually getting the last one. Dope they have a rotation to come into play. It'll be interesting to see if Robert can kind of hold it down. Nova was taken out there as well as Nova versus the other 2 members of Star Gaming that are still on the side of Everest that ended up happening. So
Oh, yeah.
Robert, this far over, yeah, it's interesting. He's able to kind of get his team that's still on Mount Everest a little bit more information up to the northern side in that wizard.
You know, I think that's Star Gaming learning, right? Because just real quick, we saw the end game of another Erangel match. All 4 Star Gaming were stuck at that tower with 1 person off to the side, and they ended up losing that game. This time around, Star Gaming, they could have kept, you know, everyone at that tower, but they split up instead. So great adaptation right there. Now Star Gaming has multiple angles to work in from, multiple sightlines. That's more info for the late game. But 19E, they've got all the info they need right now. They know they have the best spot on the map with 4 players up with no cover anywhere else to be had. This is 19E sports game to throw. I mean, I don't think there's any way they can throw this. This should be a chicken for them, and they're able to pick up quite a few more eliminations here too.
Unless they somehow just like put their guns away and get shot at by everybody else. Yeah, I think this is their game, right? I mean, you can see that the hitless share, I mean, they tried getting as close as possible down to the southern side of this new circle. He's just behind a rock. He's just behind a rock. You can see some of the members of Dope are just behind their vehicles, and that's about it. Star Gaming now making a push into them. This is going to be the last couple of altercations before it really is just going to be 19 Esports cleaning it up, taking shots at people crawling through a field.
I feel like Robert kind of messed up there. I know the blue zone was pushing, but his teammates were about to distract for him to get the perfect flank. Yeah, I think it was the blue zone. He just got too close to Robert's back and he had to make a play. But here's the rest of Star Gaming right now. I called it out. That 2-1 split gives them a lot of options to play with, and they will pincer in on Dope. Dope gets eliminated. Star Gaming back-to-back and the hit list. Back-to-back right now. Kill Switch. I don't know how he's still alive. Maybe he has like some form of really small rock that he's behind. See the hit list right there behind his vehicle. 19 Esports, they're just sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, yep, they just get to wait and take everybody out once this next zone closes. I'm pretty sure they're all just going to be crawling. There we go, and we can see this now. Killswitch actually has a small rock. He's not inside zone there, though, so he's about to be on the other side of it, and we'll see if 19 Esports spots them out as the hit list just did. The zone actually does move in the center of this big field, but 19 Esports, they're already moving out. They have a feeling they know where the last couple of people inside of the game are. I don't think they realize where Killswitch currently is, but even still, I don't know if Killswitch can change the fate of this game, right?
I think he's, you know what I think? I think Star Gaming, since they've been playing so well, they're managed to get 1, maybe 2 knocks on 19 Esports, and then Killswitch is going to have his pick of who to knock, because 19E, they lost the zone. They have to all be in the open. And with them not taking note of Killswitch at all, Killswitch can easily knock 1 to follow up with Star Gaming's lock. It's just down to Star Gaming to see if they will get an opening for back-to-back. So 19 Esports, it might be a 4v2v1, but this is one of those situations where everything could quickly fall apart for the team.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. You can see Star Gaming popping all these smokes. I mean, they're forcing their way in, right? Like they're trying to get closer with their vehicles and with these smokes. And so far, it's working out for them. But here we go. 19 Esports finally making their drive around, about to catch them out. Does look like they actually caught out Nest quick. So that just leaves Brian.
Get 1.
Yeah, Baby Tank does go down, but there's still 3 more, and just that nade is what cleans it up. So it looks like Star Gaming is out, and they're probably confused. They're like, wait a second. The third person is not here.
He blew himself up.
Oh, did he? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, now it's a 1v2.
Killswitch.
That's a good nade. I feel like Killswitch just needs to go faster. It's a 1v2 that he could have had. Oh, back-to-back. Maybe... No, they had to know it was a 4-man team of 19E, and with 2 of them knocked out, man, Killswitch, he can win 1v2s. I've been on a team with that guy. That guy's absolutely nuts. I feel like Killswitch missed out on a huge opportunity here, and it's like they should have known they were second place for sure. Killswitch had nothing else to lose by playing aggressive there. There was 2 knocks. That second explosion might have really ruined everything for 19 Esports, but they'll get the chicken, 4v1. Killswitch might get 1 and confirm a point. We might see him get 1 onto 777 here. Yeah, no, they're gonna spot him out. Eventually,
There we go.
Oh, Killswitch is gonna get the point. He got 1 point at least.
19 Esports still wins that,
man.
but oh my goodness. Zite, I'm actually quite... I feel like there had to have been some sort of conflicting information or some sort of a confusion for him to not make that push. And it's unfortunate that he only had a singular nade to try and finish off that fight with, right? Like, I feel like if he even had more confident information, maybe that nade would have been able to do something for him too.
I mean, just if that nade's all the utility you had, right? Throw that nade, get up, and just run in. Like, even if that nade doesn't knock anyone or damage anyone, that's the best you could do at that point. Because Killswitch for sure saw 4 people leave that compound. 4 + 1 is 5. The second, Star Gaming was out, you are second place no matter what. And you saw some stuff happen. But, I mean, that's just my opinion on it. We'll see what the, analyst desk has to say about that as we come back with a quick, short highlight. That was definitely set up, and now KBL on the aggression. KBL started off. Texas, right, in huge, spectacular fashion.
Boom! We're back. Another match in the books. 19E gets that chicken dinner. Of course, before we get started, I gotta give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here for that PMPL. Another game in the books. Another dub for Glitter Explosion. Picking another great prediction. Glitter Damas is back. What can I say?
Look, it feels good. Okay, like I said, I'm tired of the pre-show punishments. It's time for you two to step up to play. I don't even care which one at this point, just as long as it's not me.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see who it is going to be getting that punishment tomorrow. 7. All right, let's go ahead and start the match ranking and see where everybody ended up after that one. Why don't we go ahead and start with you, 7. 19 Esports, 25 points on the board. You know, that's something they really needed. Hey, I'll tell you what, these leaders, they really got to start watching out for Star Gaming.
They really do. And I mean, between my 2 picks, I had either Knights and I was thinking 19 Esports, and they ended up getting blessed by the zone, and 19 Esports took advantage of that. 10 eliminations to their name, 25 points total. Star Gaming, you were mentioning, I mean, Star Gaming, slowly but steady, they're starting to show us that the flashes of greatness that they had showed us in previous phases here on the finals when it matters the most. And guess what? The team that I was talking about too earlier, back to back, saying how they needed to close that gap to the other teams at the top. With those 18 points and some of the other teams at the top not really performing that well here in this game, that's going to be looking really good for them. Dope Esports there with 13 points. Korean Barbecue Lovers there with the 7 points. The HITLIST. Man, I really thought they were going to end up in the top 3.
Oh,
That rotation, though, that zone ended up just messing them up. And right here, as we go to the second page, there's some surprises, Glitter. There's definitely some surprises.
I mean, Execute, after having 2 very successful matches, struggle in the 3rd match. Nova doing better in Sanhok, and then we come to Erangel and they fall off again. And to be fair, Knights didn't even have the best performance that they would have wanted. And all of the teams that we saw on the top 8 last time around, we saw APHELION up there. We saw MEZEXIS up there at the beginning. We saw HQA up there. It's a little bit of a yo-yo, but that's because everyone today came to play. I mean, on the flip side, you see Dope, who's at the bottom of the overall, stepping up with 7 elims, Jukes.
You're damn right they came to play. I mean, this is crazy to see the start. I mean, execute 2 back-to-back performances, really big, and kind of hurts to see that little drop off here. But regardless, big points from these squads. Their confidence has to be up through the roof. And I'll tell you what, out of all these team splitters, we take a look here at the top damage. Star is starting to kind of just ink in the back of my mind right here, because they are putting up consistent points regardless. Like, they're like that sneaky squad. And in the past history of watching all these tournaments, that team that we don't talk about a lot always seems to kind of make things happen here in the finals. And that's the team I got my eye on. What about you?
I mean, to be fair, they were a team that we all had our eyes on in the beginning. I mean, they did very well in the first week. They did phenomenally in the second week, and then completely fell off in the third week. So now what we said, you guys have time to reassess what all of you need to do, all of the teams, right? They had some time before the finals. Star clearly fixed what they needed to fix. I mean, 10 elims now, over 1,500 damage, almost actually identically matched by 19 Esports, both in damage and elims. And then moving down, like I said, Dope. They only got the 7 elims for it, but still over 1,500 damage. And Dope is a team that was at the very bottom with the least amount of bonus points to work with. So these performances are huge. And then you still get Korean barbecue lovers who have a strong performance as well. I mean, and then, okay, listen, Seven, we got to talk about, because I really thought that right at the end, I thought Killswitch was going to bring it home.
Yeah, and I think with Star Gaming, I think they answer a big question that I have for them. And the big question was, can they actually get a good amount of eliminations? I think in the first game, they ended up with 2. In the second game, they ended up with 5. And in previous phases, during the league stage, this was a team that was just very, very passive, wasn't really going for those eliminations. I do want to see the overalls, though. Pop them up. Let's see what they're truly looking like. Because Star Gaming, oh my goodness. You mentioned it, Hot Juice. 102 points, being able to bounce over everybody. And I think, going with what I was saying, them showing us that they can also put up elimination points is going to be big for this team. Execute, though, 100 points, tied with Knights. Nova there with 95 points, and another big jump up. Glitter is back-to-back now in 5th place. After previous game, I think they were in 9th.
See, that's what I'm saying. If Killswitch had managed to land that nade right at the end, first of all, the fact that was able to get back in there at all, phenomenal performance. The placement points alone put them above MEZEXIS, who started off the day with the chicken dinner. So this is going to be a battle here between all of these teams. Don't forget, every single placement gets them a little bit more money, so they want to climb up this leaderboard. They want to be putting themselves in top spot. Plus, the top 5 are those slots moving on to the Americas. So all of these teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail. You can see Panthers now in 9th place, and 19 Esports making some moves after their strong performance. I mean, and to be fair, HITLIST and Dope, the teams that are down there at the bottom, are doing a good job chipping away at those overall points, Jukes.
Yeah, the reason why I think they're so scary, Star, is because all the squads have been focusing on those top teams. Knights, Nova, right? Those big names. But Star's been right below, right under that radar. And then now they've peaked right out, right in time here for the finals. Let's go ahead and, of course, take it over to the casters and see what they got to say about this as we get ready for our next match.
Thank you, Jukes. I'm absolutely loving the way the overall leaderboard looks, because we had a huge discussion when we introduced this format. I had a lot of comments, even from pro players, saying 20 points is too much. They were like, imagine 20 points and then one team gets like all 40 or all 80 of the bonus points, which is kind of what Nova and Knights did, right? They both finished off with 79 respectively. But I think it's perfect, because we don't have the problem of, oh, this team is so far ahead, there's no way for us to catch up. If anything, this is perfect because teams are rewarded for the league stage in a good proportion, and there's still chances for teams to catch right back up. Star Gaming, a perfect example. Also, Execute too, right? Execute was in 1st place just before the last game finished, and now Star Gaming. So it's like, this point system, this point format, I believed in it. I thought, 20 points, it might seem a lot, but the point spread isn't going to be that big. And it is just, man, loving the way things are playing out right now. Yeah, there's that live finals ranking right there once again. The top 4, 102 down to 95 with back-to-back. Very close. Like, they could be the back-to-back, no questions asked. They are not, anywhere out of this tournament.
No, honestly, seeing that even the team in last place as of right now, 16th place with 46, I mean, like the whole leaderboard is still doable in my opinion. Like, there's still so many points, especially at this point, still just being day one. This is like the game after the halfway point of today, that there's still so much movement that this leaderboard is like can go through and is going to go through until the very last match of these finals. So I think that's pretty exciting. Yeah.
Definitely exciting. We're into Miramar once again. So we've seen 3 games in a row where the circles itself has been difficult. Not just, circle 1, it's on a difficult area of the map, but from circle 1 to circle 2 to circle 3, it kept the teams guessing the whole way through, and the hardships really changed things up. And well, I said circle
Got
1
another one.
is usually really difficult so far for today. Yep, this is definitely another difficult circle 1, and we might even see more difficult shifts. Hey, maybe even Minas del Sur, Los Higos down on the far south might happen. Fingers crossed. I mean, with the way the games have been going, with the way the circles have been, treating these players, it may very well be, down to Los Higos, and it'll just keep going down south.
Honestly, even like this circle is basically our first game circle. Even that will make this game harder, right? Because even if it goes to the same exact spot, that all these players know now, right, how to play those kinds of circles. So I think even in this one, since this zone so far is the same as game 1, like maybe people will have more of a chance of being aggressive or knowing where to go or expecting other people and where they're going to be going. So I'm not too mad at this circle just yet. I still think there's going to be a lot of interesting things that are going to happen just because we have already seen this today. I'm kind of curious to see if MEZEXIS, for example, is going to continue that big streak of doing well on this map, or if somebody else is now going to step in and shine.
Oh, man. The games today. I didn't expect it to be this close as far as the leaderboards go, and this crazy as far as the circle goes. I think there's not one thing that I am disappointed with. I think all the teams have been playing well. The circles have been giving us great action. The leaderboard keeps us guessing. The Knights and Nova going back and forth fighting each other so far, like almost every single match, every single game. Yeah, it's just... And we're not even like done with day 1 yet. This is only game number 3?
4.
4?
Yeah.
We're already on 4?
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah,
like it's just flying by.
It is flying. Like, it's, I mean, when you watch a boring movie, right? 30 minutes could feel like an hour. When you watch a really good movie, 2 hours flies by so fast, and that's what we're watching here. We're watching really good PUBG mobile action, and it's like we're already on game number 4. Oh man, give me more. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens very soon. We're 4 minutes in. We saw the Knights on that last Miramar game already rotate in the very same exact circle when that 4-minute clock hit. And I think teams are going to start picking up on that. Their teams are going to start moving a bit more faster and faster as the games go on.
Yeah, this time they're still in Picado, which is interesting. 19 Esports, one of them actually is still close to that compound where the Knights went previously, but the rest of them, they're already out of there. Look at this. So we get to see it, actually. They're already moving and taking another compound that's closer towards the center of this compound. So maybe they're also kind of learning from that first game on where they're going to be going or how they're going to be rotating to. Unfortunately, 777 is at that previous compound. I think maybe his teammate there is going back to pick him up before the Knights kind of pop back into that location. But as of right now, everything, looks like a game 1. I'll say Dope still right in there by Chumacera. 19 Esports are moved a little bit further, but still back to pack. About to start spreading out around Monte Nuevo and Execute, leaving Valdemar to go up to the northern side. It's really going to be all those people that weren't inside of this circle around the edges that's going to create the more interesting dynamics.
Yeah. Knights right now in the same exact position like you mentioned. Very similar circle. They're going to stick to the same plan. This time they did not manage to catch off that 119E player because they did make the adjustment. The circle is a little bit further south, though, right, than we saw in the previous Miramar game. So we might see the Knights look to go a little bit further south rather than stopping there as compared to game number 1. Everybody else still taking their time to rotate in, just like game number 1. So it's almost like the exact copy-paste with not much difference. And I am perfectly okay with that because give this game like 5-10 more minutes and we're going to be in for non-stop action.
Oh, exactly. Definitely feeling a sense of deja vu. I will say already, though, like, just the more difficult rotations initially were all those teams coming from that northeastern side, right? As of right now, I feel like the teams are further away than the first time, so I'm kind of curious to see, instead of making huge rotations over to the west like they did the last time, that ended up creating a lot of congestion of teams on the western side of the circle for the rest of that game, right? This time, I feel like there's a chance for that to be different. We'll see.
I definitely agree. Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. Back to back right now, looking like they're setting up once again for that big split. Hopefully, maybe this time around they'll be more rewarded because they had a nice control of the first zone, but the circle just hard shifted down to the southeast. So they're looking like they want to do the similar setup. Not much difference right now. I do notice the Knights are a little bit further south, maybe just by like 100, 200 meters than the previous first game on Miramar. KBL rotating out of El Pozo this time. Maybe thinking better, knowing you know, the same trick doesn't work twice. Last time they stayed in El Pozo, right, and just caught off some teams that were rotating by. Other teams not looking to make the mistake, and KBL one step ahead. They'll just not do that same strat and start rotating earlier rather than later.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody's around them. That's why I'm like, so the game's already so different. Nobody's coming in from the northern side of KBL as of right now. Maybe teams are just leaving late. So there's still a good amount of teams up to that northeastern side that have to make their rotations in. So something's going to happen later, but it just didn't happen at the same rate as the first match. Here we go. We can also see Nova making their way on in at this compound that they kind of like playing at, especially with that big hill down to the southern side. But this isn't super close to the center of this first circle, but it doesn't have to be, right? As of right now, if this is as far as they feel like they can go from knowing where everybody is around them, they can wait for that second circle to pop. I do like, though, that kindness. They clearly recognized that that church compound is open right now, so I think that they're going to make a split there.
Yeah, just like game number 1, that's where they set up in this first zone. That church was not taken. So once again, not taken. Dope usually takes that church, but Dope is playing on the high ground on top of the mountains instead, with the circle being so far southwest. 19E, you know, just rotating into a central more position, leaving that church perfectly open for Nova, who rotates kind of far away from that position, right? All the way from Minas. So, you know, definitely, you know, recognizing some patterns here as Dope getting into fight with APHELION in the same exact position. We saw them hold down this spot as a zone centered around here, and I think Dope this time around, they're going to make some adjustments and maybe take a fight early here with APHELION. And it looks like they're trying to take him down. If Nate goes down here, that might be the full-out engagement, but Nate does manage to run back down and will not get knocked. In the second circle, am I seeing this right? It is a hard southern shift. Minas del Sur still in zone. The center of the circle is like Val de Mar right now.
Yeah. Yep, this is going to be crazy. This, even more so than game 1, is really going to use those big just mountains that I was talking about. Like, literally the road in between this mountain that we see Dope here at and Execute, which is at the mountain open, is so extreme that seeing where people are going to set up is going to be interesting. But you're right, Dope actually took this fight with APHELION in game 1, but they took it so much later that now that they're taking it, like, it's so much earlier. I'm kind of debating now, since the circle did go further over to the southwestern side, if this compound is even worth it taking this fight. But they don't need the compound. They might just want the eliminations, and they're definitely getting them.
Yeah, they're pressuring APHELION really hard that they're giving it up completely. That actually led to one of them being shot in the back trying to rotate out. Now Dope smells weakness. They're gonna go aggressive, but Nate holding it down gets the double knock. And that should be 2 eliminations right there, unless Dope could recover this quickly enough. Nate, he wants the points. He got 2. Confirms 1. Naughty right there, or Fishy right there in the backside with the nade. It looks like the rest of APHELION is here, though. They got the reset. They only lost 1 player, but it looks like Dope bit off a little bit more they could chew right there as APHELION on the aggression.
Oh man, and these rushers are so hard. Like right when they peek over there, you're just in the open, right? So now, unfortunately for Dope, it's just 1 of them left. You can see Casper is backing away from that. He tried tossing out some smokes onto his vehicle, probably to try and hop in and get away, but no chance. Like everybody ended up spotting him out. The vehicle is now gone, and Casper is just running. That means APHELION, I mean, there's only 2 of them left, but that might have made that engagement worth it, being able to go back and get 3 eliminations back. Casper, he might just continue this fight. We'll see, as he's now a solo to stay alive for his team.
I feel like he should just play right around here still, because he could kind of use the APHELION members as teammates almost in case his position gets pushed. Whereas if he went somewhere else, he's really just by himself. So he could maybe play off of APHELION, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Like, he could win a 1v2 also, right? So it's not like you'd rather take a 1v2 than go somewhere else and run into a potential 1v4 or 1v3. So I think that's a smart play to just play right here and stay quiet. And if he has to fight, I mean, you could win a 1v2, especially, you know, camping in one spot, catching the first player off guard here. Meanwhile, the rest of the map, teams are still rotating in. This hard southern shift hasn't caused too much chaos just yet, but wait for that 3rd circle, and then that's when a lot of teams are going to have to force to start fighting each other.
Yeah, we can already see. I mean, they're like a member from KBL's knocked. Oh, wait a second, Casper. Casper really said boo in that situation. I'm sure Zuko had a heart attack in that situation. But now Nate, I wonder if, I mean, now as a solo for his team, is he going to go for it? Oh, unfortunately, underhanding that Molotov, probably because he saw Casper start moving around, and there wanted to make sure he wasn't going to be caught out in the open with some utility in hand. That utility from Casper is going to catch Nate and do a tiny bit of damage, and seems like that's enough motivation for Nate to back up, at least for now.
Next circle this shift, we are not going down to Los Higos, unfortunately. It's centered right back up to the north. Execute in the middle of the zone. And we do see these 2 players on the edge, or not the edge of the zone, but they're still in circle facing off in this 1v1. Oh, man, it sucked seeing that 1 player run in and get taken down. It just made me think of the Knights, right? When the Knights player ran into that, in that very first match, ran into that building 19E was camping at, he was ready to potentially get shot at. That player out of APHELION, though, ran right in, didn't even react for a split second, and just got knocked. Yeah, so that was a little bit disappointing to see. Execute holding this split. Looks like they're going to have to give this split up or condense it down just a little bit, as Fate is backing up with Telly and HITLIST covering him.
Definitely the smartest choice, because HITLIST, like, just crashing that compound from an angle that none of his teammates would have been able to support him at. That's good that he was able to disengage that quickly and get back to the rest of his teammates. Now the rest of Execute can start keeping an eye on them. I mean, honestly, it's never a horrible situation, I guess, when one of your spots at a big split like that gets taken over, especially at this point inside of the game. It gives you some information. Now you know who's there, right? They still have a lot of territory kind of under their belt. Does look like back towards that edge we were talking about, the Panthers and Ace of Spades rotated right on into each other. That is the most dangerous thing that could happen right now, with everybody rotating and there being very specific places where you can go. Even right here, there's literally a road close by, or this is like not as crazy where people want to start taking their vehicles. It does look like Ace of Spades have a 3 up. They did lose 1 of their members, and Ace for Sarah, oh, he took so much damage right then. And the Panthers, they're not aggressing on this just yet, trying to catch one out.
They're playing this slow. They have the man advantage. They can just poke and prod until they get another opening. And this opening right here might just come out. It's a trade, however. And I think another of the Panthers got knocked. Now it's down to 2v2. Ace of Spades bringing this back in their corner, but Frady doing Frady things right there. That kind of changes everything for the fight. Ace of Spades now down to 1. You'll get the revive as well. And, ooh, Fears confirming that one. The Panthers picking up 4 elimination points right now. The Panthers right now in the overall leaderboard could be better. So 4
Yeah.
points is going to help them out. And it looks like they'll get the reset back up to 3. With the Nova team just rotating ahead of them, though, might be able to gatekeep them as we do head into the next circle shift. We see the Knights just, right next to Execute in a decent position. Execute probably in the best position, though, on that high ground, controlling a bunch of sightlines and info, and it's going to shift right up to that
Nice.
mountaintop as well.
I was even going to say, I don't even think Nova is really pushing far down to the southern side because you see Rin up on top of that. They just wanted both tops of the mountains there. Rin was up to the northern mountain, kind of holding 19 Esports inside of Chumacera, but now they're actually backing up as 19 Esports are pushing on over. It doesn't matter because everybody has to make a move on over. And honestly, that far eastern side of this new circle is difficult because that is where that super steep mountain is, and that's where most people are going to try to avoid, honestly, to find a spot inside of the zone. You don't want to go straight up there because once you get on the other side of that steep thing, there could be a team right there at a compound or in dip somewhere. So this one's going to be pretty difficult for all those ones that did not get the circle.
Oh, KBL running right into back-to-back. Sam popping that door open. He's going to have to face 2, but he's got the DBS, the shotgun team of KBL, making it happen again. Sam's got 1 more player to take care of, though. And back-to-back has 4 total. So they're going to come down here to help. Sam does confirm 1. Back-to-back. Oh, I think they're actually getting, shot at, which is delaying their support coming down that mountaintop. Polo just needs to stall a little bit longer. There we go. Now we see Kill Switch coming in the background. Sam getting peppered up by a different team, actually. And this is KBL's last player, Sam. He's got to make something happen here.
Yeah, looks like back-to-back as well. It's getting a little bit more confident, obviously, now that all of them are here together with this push. Big Nate coming through, might be able to do enough damage onto that KBL member. But actually, they were taking so much damage from not even people in this fight. Like, I think, was that Execute maybe? Like, right beside them? I think so.
I think
just doing damage to them.
Yeah.
Or Star Gaming.
Execute or Star Gaming. Yeah, just that mountaintop, so much sightlines. So they got to constantly heal and get back up to full. They don't want to chance anything. Right now, Sam playing in the smokes, playing on the outside somewhere a little bit less expected, maybe for the back-to-back players. And nope, he's got to run back in. And yep, there's 3 players staring down at him in that hallway. But he's got the best weapon to deal with it. The Knights taking out the 19E team. 19E having to push into the Knights there on the northeast side. Knights doing a successful defense right there. Here finally comes the push. Sam looking like he wants to hop outside and use the smokes. Yep, setting up the smokes first. But it looks like the back-to-back team's kind of reading it, as he do have a player set up on the outside watching the smokes. This is the longest cat and mouse game I've seen in a 1v3 situation.
Here we go, Big Nade. Didn't take him down, but they've deemed that is enough softening for them. They did do a good amount of damage to him, and Sam is actually going to jump out the window, unfortunately.
Oh, and it's Execute!
Yeah, Fate actually gets that. The Star Gaming and Execute were just putting so many bullets in this direction, so I'm actually not surprised to see that, but it's interesting to see how, again, we were talking about all these sightlines. They're coming into play. They're just absolutely insane, especially with Execute just smack in the center. It's doing well for them. Big fights happening down to the southern side, though. Nova actually, they were further up to the northern side when I previously looked at their positioning here, so they purposely pushed down to the south to now take this fight against MEZEXIS, but not just them, there's also the Chosen. Because of that, Nova is going to lose at least 1 person here going down and getting flushed immediately. The blue zone is now upon them, and it looks like it's just down to Rin and Koi trying to heal up quickly, but no! The blue zone and MEZEXIS doing too much damage, that now there's only 1 left.
He was like less than half a second off at finishing that first aid kit off. Unfortunate, but yeah, even with the fact that TC's also here, third party, Nova's time was probably up sooner rather than later. The Knights right now getting multiple knocks on Execute. It's long range, so Knights have the zone, so I don't think they're gonna fully push or commit to that. And the Chosen doing a great job third partying both teams, cleaning out the southern side of the circle, which is much needed because now they got to push up north, and there's still a team ahead of them that they have to take a fight in. Here is the predictions for top 3, which 3 teams will finish in the top 3. Hot Jukes went with Execute back-to-back with 7WG, and the Knights for Glitter Explosion.
Well, Juke's definitely got Execute on lock as his choice so far today for sure. But those are all good choices, especially because Execute's big position up on top of this big hill, and the Knights starting to make a push on that same direction, but just on the northeastern side. Big crash though. Whoa, Wall Street Bets will have one of them go down because of a nade, a pre-nade in that situation. They will get rid of HQA in that little shack there, but Wall Street Bets should be able to recover from this, but that was close. Two of them going down in a third, very low HP.
Yeah, that grenade was cooked for like a second earlier.
True.
Right when that, but we might have seen a 1 nade 4 elimination wipeout. That was beautifully done, but just the timing was slightly off. Nice try by that team though, but Wall Street Bets, they make it in the zone with 4 players up. Of course, they're all stuck on the low ground with the shack. The high ground contested between the HITLIST, Knights, and Execute on the south. On the southern side, Execute's being pushed by TC and Star Gaming. But with the way everything is positioned, it looks like the Chosen and Star Gaming are going to have to fight first, and Execute could kind of just wait to see which opponents make it out alive of this two-way engagement, and wide into the open too, so Execute should be able to defend that quite easily.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to make any sort of aggressive push into zone if you're right beside somebody else. So that's definitely why TC are at least trying to shoot off Star Gaming, right? Like, it's working a little bit here with Nesquick, going a little bit further over towards that eastern side to help out his teammates and see if that rotation is safer. But the Chosen, nope, they're still pushing, especially because Execute's holding them from the northern side. This is just their obvious direction. Get rid of these people beside them. There's probably going to be a space to play inside of zone right ahead of them. Big nades coming through. It does look like they did get a knock into the Chosen, and another nade getting the second one. Godfam goes down too. That means the Chosen should only have one person left, and he's not even over there. Yeah, he's up to the northern side. Supig finishes off Star Gaming from an unexpected location, but he like got rid of that team, right? But now he's the last one up for his team as well, and back to back, they're slowly moving up this hill in their vehicles because the zone has closed yet again. Smack on top of this.
I think they just fell down the hill. After, but yep, kill switch. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. That would have been a great time for them to get up there in third party and take the fight, because the zone is ending indeed on top of the hill, right onto the HITLIST and the Knights. Right now, Execute, they did manage, they unfortunately lost the player, you know, holding the defense up here, but with 3 up, they could still make something happen. Wall Street Bets have the biggest difficulty ahead of them though. Even though they have 4, that's a really hard mountain to climb with those vehicles.
Yeah, the only thing that they can really get here is if the HITLIST starts getting in a big fight with whoever else is there, Wall Street Bets can get involved. It does look like back-to-back. I mean, that was the only thing that they could have waited for, but that's exactly what we're talking about. Like, these things are too steep. It is difficult to make the rotations that you want in this. So while rotating down to the south might have been the best choice, back-to-back literally could not do it. They're trying to do it though, but of course, I mean, Execute picked up on it, so they're going to be able to peek on over, and back-to-back is going to be taken out. The HITLIST, though, getting hit from 2 sides. Wall Street Bets and the Knights, they're in for a long one now inside of this compound here.
Yeah, Wall Street Bets doing a great job scaling this mountain and using the distraction that the Knights are putting out. Now the HITLIST is kind of forced into that sandwich you mentioned, and the HITLIST are doing a good job defending though. That's 1 Wall Street Bets player down, and actually 24K is knocked all the way down on the low ground. So there's only 2 members of Wall Street Bets active left up here and 4 members of the HITLIST. This is a great chance for them to group up here and take them out, or at least send a couple more players to really pressure and finish this fight.
Oh, no helmet. That's actually really scary, though. You can see Arsheer just doesn't have any armor at this point inside of the game. You can see that they were prepping some nades, but they just cannot land a seam. Wait a second and Execute. They just decided to pull on up as well, like right beside the building. So, oh, you can see Wall Street Bets. They're just falling. This is such a horrible position for them to be pushing, but where else are they supposed to go?
Yeah, I feel like the HITLIST are doing a great job, but they need a, there we go. They're making a, you know, more aggressive push, take down some players. Now they could back up and focus on Execute that might be pushing them, or even the Knights team that they still have to worry about. So it's a great job for the HITLIST to relieve some sort of pressure, but they are still sandwiched by multiple teams.
And JatG, it looks like he is fully committed. I feel like he is just straight up falling. Like, good luck getting back up, but he will be able to do it. But oh, gotta be careful, because while they're taking that fight, the Knights were able to kind of creep a little bit closer. We'll see if Tenza, yeah, he can still climb up. He just got turned to his side and then shimmy sideways, you know? And Execute, I have a feeling they're waiting a little bit longer for more things to be happening aside that elimination feud before they make a big thing happen, but they will pull up closer right underneath this compound to the southern side.
Yeah, we're down to 4 teams. Might seem like there's only 3 colors, but the HITLIST and Execute sharing like a shade of brown.
Yeah, I
The
get
HITLIST
confused.
Yeah, the HITLIST has been doing a great job defending this position from all angles, being very active. You see that with 5 eliminations right now. This is where things might fall apart for them, though, because we do see 3 members of Execute. They've been playing on point today, making it into the late game once again, right? So that consistency question of Execute, they are doing what we question. They are definitely playing consistent today. And there's a chance they could win this because the HITLIST, even though they have 4, they're put in the most difficult position, sandwiched between everyone. You see Tensa about to make a play here and potentially knock player of the HITLIST, and that's the go-ahead for the Execute team to make their move as well.
Exactly. That's why it's been super impressive that the HITLIST has been able to be in this position for this long with all 4 people still up. But the difficulty has only been increasing. They were able to get rid of WALLSTREETBETS, but there we go. Fate finally peeking on over, making the move. We'll get a knock onto one of them. And I'm sure that the Knights are going to be following shortly. Maybe Tenza goes for the res onto Coops first, though. Nope, can't happen. Cher actually goes and flushes out Coops in this situation. Tenza, he might actually be deciding to be quiet. No, he spotted out. Nice actual like clearing of that ankle just to make sure.
Yeah, very good job out of the HITLIST to be able to, be aware of that, because we saw, a member of the HITLIST went down to Execute, but they still had the wherewithal to check their flanks, and they weren't just, tunnel vision on the team that was pushing them and knocking them. So the HITLIST will be able to reset to 4 and not have to worry about one of their flanks, right? We still have WALLSTREETBETS just right next to them, and I don't think Arsh is going to be able to get revived either.
No.
The circle has shifted once again. Execute with 3, looking better and better as the game drags on in this very late game scenario.
Unfortunately, Arsh went down to the blue zone there, so getting a little bit too much damage from the zone will unfortunately make him go down and out of the game entirely. Like, there's nothing that his teammates could do, so now they're on even footing here, the HITLIST and Execute with 3 people up each. But honestly, since Execute is outside, like, even up on top of... One of them was up on the roof or something, right? Like, they're kind of controlling where the HITLIST is going to be coming out of, and that is obviously the ideal situation. The only thing that could change something here is there are still 2 members of WALLSTREETBETS. So yeah, look, 24K slowly creeping up on this ridge here. I mean, if Execute goes a little bit too far over to the side, WALLSTREETBETS could make the fight start happening, and the HITLIST will need to start just pouring out of that building right away.
Yeah, I think everyone has the same exact thought. If we shoot first, the other team is going to take advantage of that. So nobody wanting to make the first move. It's a 3-way standoff right now. It makes me think of that meme where, the Spider-Man meme?
Yeah.
Where there's 3 Spider-Mans pointing at each other. It's like, no, you go first. No, you go first. So it might come down to one more circle shift. We're going to head into the 9th and final circle before something happens here. And well, let's just say I think I saw Fate with the MG3, that gun with 75 bullets. That's going to come into play for sure. And we still got some Yuto here as Fate, almost, not really almost gets knocked, but takes some damage right there from a nade.
The threat was there. That would have been huge, actually, if that did get him knocked, but it didn't, and they backed up. I think maybe Execute realized the position they were in, and they actually backed out of the building completely. Like, they had the roof, they had the little deck to themselves, the upstairs was theirs, but they didn't want it anymore. They decided to kind of back up, all 3 of them now on this ledge. I mean, they can see the numbers, right? They know it's not like a full 4-man team. Like, there's still somebody else out there. And they for sure had to have seen Arsh go down for the HITLIST. So there's 2 other people somewhere, so they're just going to group up, make sure that they don't get knocked up on the roof.
Oh, the HITLIST spots out 1. He's trying to hop on that banister to lean peeked out the window, having a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
Always difficult to climb that one. He needs to hop on the table, but here we go. Okay, no, not just yet. Some shots, but there we go. There's the opening. WALLSTREETBETS gets knocked right now, and Execute actually steals that point away, but Jason gets traded, confirming that. So that's another opening for the HITLIST. Now the Fate trying to get the answer back. Fate goes down, Execute down to 1. WALLSTREETBETS is out. The HITLIST 3 versus 1 in a blink of an eye. The HITLIST will take this one. SPADES, he's a clutch player, but clutch enough for a 1v3? I don't think so. And the HITLIST, a team that we didn't really, keep an eye out on for today, but the HITLIST, 11 eliminations, great position in the zone, and sure, they might have gotten in a little bit zone blast up there, but you saw how close it came to them, just falling apart. We had the Knights, WALLSTREETBETS, and Execute surrounding them, but they played that at the perfect pace, and make sure to check all their surroundings. So great chicken dinner by them. Maybe we'll get to see a bit of that in the highlights. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
The HITLIST get that one on that one. That was beautifully done. I mean, not to mention, the HITLIST was what, 15th place before?
Yep.
And now busting down a chicken dinner. That's going to give them a nice little jump on the leaderboards. Hopefully we'll see those eventually. But we got to start off, of course, with that match ranking 7. HITLIST on top, Execute getting a nice second place. And then, hey, another great prediction from me.
26 points from this teams that we're saying they really need to show up today, first day. Close that gap. The HITLIST being able to do it, as you just said, 26 points, 11 eliminations too. That's what it's most impressive for me, that some of these teams are being able to put up this kind of eliminations when during league stages we really didn't see any flashes of greatness that we're seeing now out of them. Although let's be honest, they did get the zone, but they used it to their advantage. Execute, they didn't get the zone, but they were still able to clutch up a second place finish with 4 eliminations, 16 points total. WALLSTREETBETS there, 15 points. Knights, 13 points for the Knights, and back-to-back with Star Gaming with 5. Not the usual 10 or plus points that we've seen out of Star Gaming. But hey, as long as you maintain yourself here within the first page, you will stay within striking distance once we get to the final day for those top 5. The Panthers, they're finishing off the second page with 5 points. And here on the second page, it continues, Glitter. Nova, I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
They started off bad. Second game was good in Sandhawk, and then we're back to bad.
Yeah, I was hoping you would point that out, because we're seeing, to be fair, we haven't seen the explosive Knights level performances either. I think both of the teams have been quieter than what we would have liked, but Nova is really struggling on a map that isn't Sandhawk right now. And I guess on the flip side of that, this is the first bad game that Dope has had, and they were one of those teams down there at the bottom that needed the points. So we're getting a little bit of good with a little bit of the bad, and we'll have to see where everything equalizes by the end of the day.
I think so, Glitter. It's kind of crazy. I think this whole finals, at least the start of it so far, right? We haven't really seen that crazy just consistency I think that we were expecting. I think the most consistent team right now would probably what? Execute? Right?
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah. They have just been, they only had one bad match, and this last one still putting up some crazy consistent points. So, all the other teams, I think, here as we take a look at the top damage, Glitter, because at a certain point, that consistency, that gap, it's going to start happening. And dang, what happened to that conversion rate, though? 1,500 damage, 4 eliminations? Come on.
Consistent with the damage in this match, at least, which means, they're doing a good job with their engagements, making sure that they're getting themselves into them. They just weren't really turning any of those elims over into their favor at the end of it. But I mean, almost 2,500 damage out of the hit list. Like you guys said, our 15th place team coming into today with 11 elims. This is an unreal performance. To be fair, they did get a little bit zone blessed, but talk about utilizing that to your advantage. I mean, they were smart with their pushes when they made them. They stayed together and spread out when they needed to. It was a very strong performance on behalf of HITLIST. And then, of course, that means everybody else not as high in the damage department. There wasn't a whole lot to go around, but still relatively even, and almost everybody at that 1K damage mark. I mean, Star showing up here again, Knights making an appearance up here, and even on a bad game, 7, Dope still makes the top damage dealers. I'm not mad about it.
Yeah, Dope, somehow, some way, they're still being able to just get eliminations, which is good for them, considering that last time we saw them, they were in that last place. But hey, it's not just about the eliminations. You got to get those placement points, just like the hit list was able to do.
Yeah, it's about the whole shebang over here, you know, and one team that seems to kind of have it, like we talked about over and over, is Execute, right? I mean, they started off really strong, and I got to ask you this, 7, how bad did you want 6list to win that 1v1 versus Jack G?
Listen, man, 6list, you through. Can't win a 1v1? Come on, man. I'm just kidding. Maybe a little bit rusty. I expected him to at least be able to knock one person there. I think he waited a little bit too long.
It's close.
But let's look at the stats here from everybody else. I mean, Fake currently putting up, by the way, these are average stats, putting up 889 damage per game. This continues on with what we were saying, how much of a great PMPL he's having, putting up 3 eliminations. Jason with that 1 elim, 320 damage. Telly too, putting up a lot of damage. I would like to start seeing more eliminations out of Telly and out of 6list. And something that we were actually able to find out during that break is that since 6list did join this squad, right, the main difference is that he's being able to put up the pressure from Fate in regards to IGL, and I think it's showing perfectly. I mean, Fate's currently just fragging out of his mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole team is just playing better. I mean, more confident. That you just see that the effort that they've been putting in is working. I mean, just look at the difference in their numbers here in the finals. I mean, hey, it's proof in the pudding, baby. That's how you get it done there. 2 teams that we're going to keep talking about all the whole show is going to be, you know, the Knights and Nova. I mean, those are the 2 squads that are really in contention for that PMGC slot glitter. And your squad, I know you're the biggest Nova fan, girl. Tell us what's happening. We need to put the. We need to see Coach Glitter. I want to see Coach Glitter today.
We got to talk about this because we also showed the head-to-head at the beginning of the show, which was their average stats coming into finals, and we are talking almost triple the average damage for Nova, and at least 1.5 times the average damage for Knights as well. I mean, the elims are down. I didn't think the Knights elims were going to be this high, but they did do a good job with their aggression in that first match, so it's definitely helping them out. But almost nothing on Nova, and the average survival time for Nova has gone down. Surprisingly, it's gone a little bit up for Knights, but because they find themselves in these situations where they don't have a full squad when they're that alive that long, they're not able to do a whole lot with it. And the only reason we have to talk about it is because we have very high expectations for both of these teams. They have been at the top of the leaderboards week after week. They are definitely going to be, oh, actually, you know what? I don't even know. I guess I can't say that. At the time, coming into this, we would have thought they'd definitely be in the top 5 heading to Americas, and Knights is still at the top for the PMGC leaderboard, Duke. So this is a little bit worrisome.
It sure is. It really is. I mean, Nova, where are you? Where are you? We're waiting on you. And I know you guys watching are waiting for them as well. Go ahead and show them some love. Make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA so we can keep up to date with everything you're watching. If you tag me and you don't use that hashtag PMPLNA,
we won't respond.
7 gets it. Okay?
I don't respond. Right. You got to use that hashtag PMPLNA. Come on now.
That's right. That's what I'm talking about here. All right, next match is get ready to go. Let's get it started and send it on over to Zute and Span Cargo. Wow, that rhymed. Oh, actually, it was the same word. Yeah.
Okay, Jukes. All right, game number 5. We're back on to Sandhawk. I don't think it even matters what map we're on because the action, the pacing has just been spectacular regardless of who gets the zone, where the zone goes, who's doing what. I mean, the hit list, right? A team that was way down in the leaderboards doing a really fantastic job at holding that defense and getting that chicken. You even complimented them yourself, right, Span? That was not an easy win, even though they did get the circle.
So good. Yeah, they played that really well. Just being aggressive from the start, just aggressively taking that position from execute earlier on in the game, and then just being able to really hold it down throughout the rest. So that just, again, oh man, these games are so good. I'm looking forward to seeing what's happening in these last two. We have a Sandhawk and an Erangel left, and it looks like we got a nice playing path. It doesn't usually matter on Sandhawk, but still nice. And I just really want to see where this first zone goes, because I feel like that's just going to set it up for how this game's going to feel.
Yeah, you know who else is setting something up? I feel like back to back is trying to set up something. They're just hanging right in there, right within range of doing the PMPL North American Championship things, right? Like they are just right within striking distance of, taking first place.
Yeah.
And usually I wouldn't make a point about it, but I mean, they did it twice in a row, where they were the North American champs. And for them, after a very, scrutinizing league stage where they kind of, didn't do too great on certain weeks, and we were like, oh, back to back, you can't be doing this, it's different this time around. They are putting themselves in like the perfect position still to launch themselves back up. So I might have to, eat my words very soon as we play out a couple more games, because I don't know, there's something about the way back to back is positioning in the leaderboards that gets me a little bit on the fence. First circle on your screen, difficult circle once again. Is it northwest? Is it southwest? No one knows until we head into the next shift, and even then, if it centers on up, we still won't know where it's going to go. So these circles have just been gruesome for everybody participating today.
They really are. Honestly, I'm still thinking about back to back. Honestly, when they won twice in a row, like that second time was insane. And now, like if they do it a third time, like I don't even think there'll be a word to describe how I'd be feeling. But, I think back to back's pretty cool. We'll have to see if they'll be able to do it in this one too. And I mean, there's on Sandhawk, since their drop is so good, I think this game might be good for them yet again. It does look like Nova also wants a little bit of revenge onto some people, getting a knock onto one of the members of the Chosen. They were the earliest to go out compared to all the other people towards the upper end of the leaderboard last match, so this time we'll see if they're going to be able to hang on just a little bit longer. I mean, it's Sandhawk, so they should be able to get that second place, right? So first, they're going to start off with these eliminations. Last game, we actually talked about it afterwards, right, Zute? We were kind of, I don't know if surprised is the right word, but Nova ended up getting in a lot of fights down here before they ended up having to go and utilize the healing strat. So I feel like there's so many people that kind of, I don't want to assume that they waited around for them, but they got in so many fights early on, kind of testing that.
Yeah, I think it was more so the way the circle shifted, where teams just decided to try and use the blue to rotate in rather than, somewhere that's occupied because it's not in blue zone. And Nova, they just play from inside the blue, right? So naturally, a lot of teams kind of circled their way, the Knights included. Here we see the Knights making a much earlier decision of kind of trying to set a foothold in the northwestern island first. I think this might work out better for them because we saw the first Sandhawk game. They didn't, preemptively put a person on either island. They kind of just waited to see where the circle shift, and that was probably one of the more poor performances out of the Knights as far as Sandhawk goes.
Well, they got held out by back-to-back, and now it looks like they definitely are letting that happen. Polo actually, driving right by Xenox. Did they see him there, and they were kind of getting information? Yeah, I'm not sure, but Xenox is safely behind this rock for now. Well, back-to-back is still doing their thing. 2 people are here. The other 2 are across the water on the southern side. But if J7 goes a little bit too far, I'm going to be a little bit concerned because of Xenox being there, because you can see the other members of the Knights even on the opposite side of the river from where we were just looking there. I think they're suspicious.
Yeah, definitely suspicious. With a previous Sandhawk game, we just saw how hard back-to-back just with this position on the map, with this type of circle, just destroyed kind of the Knights' chance of doing anything. So now you see the Knights setting up preemptively to do something about back-to-back rather than waiting towards the late game. So I like that adjustment right there out of the Knights, realizing like, hey, we can't just let back-to-back take this position and sit here. We have to set ourselves up and get ready to take a fight, even, potentially in circle one. So good adjustment for them to be making right there. Definitely, learning on, I don't want to say learning on the fly, but just like adjusting really well to similar circles. And now that's twice, Miramar, same circle, 2 times
Yeah.
in a row, at least the first one. And with Sandhawk, this is a little bit different, but it's still on the western side of things when it comes to Sandhawk.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens in their next match, right? See if Erangel goes the same way. But yeah, no, I think it's cool to kind of see the changes. I mean, we even saw it in the last match on Miramar. Some people were doing similar things, other people ended up doing different things to kind of make up for what they had learned inside of that first match. And even this one, Knights so far is the biggest example of that. We're also getting a boatation this time around. We didn't get this last time. WALLSTREETBETS taking a boat, making a huge wrap. They're all the way over towards the eastern side, and they decided to just boatate all the way around the south. They're going to be in the blue for quite a while now, though, since they decided to do this.
Yeah, it'll work pretty decently if they have the gas cans, right? Those
True.
boats chug gas so quickly. So we'll see how far they could get with their rotation. We have KBL once again over here. Korean barbecue lovers, I feel like they're the one team that was doing really hot in week 3, and things kind of really slowed down. We saw them in multiple engagements and just not playing like they were in the previous week. So hopefully they can start picking it back up. Ace of Spades driving right into the jaws of the Panthers, and the Panthers will pick up 3 quick, easy elimination points.
I was going to say, just like KBL, I feel like Ace of Spades is kind of the same instead of the third week. Like the first week, Ace of Spades was shining. And they had their moments in the next couple of weeks, but today so far, Ace of Spades, I feel like has been suffering for sure. So I wonder if they're going to kind of change up how they're playing these finals in the next coming days. But we'll see. Mambe is now the last one alive for Ace, and they're definitely just hoping that the Panthers is going to leave them alone. The zone continuing to go west. So much of this is actually water, and this is still interesting. I think it's a tiny bit more up on the northern land, but otherwise, it's still a pretty good split between the island to the north and all the land to the south.
Yeah, it's almost an even 50-50 split. And with it being a almost even 50-50 split with so much water in play, I mean, it's just... I want to see if some teams try and take both sides of the island, like a 2-2. That'd be very difficult, though.
Yeah.
Might be possible, as Nova always ready for the botations. We saw last time Nova will keep certain players all the way down on the south edge, just in case they catch off some botations. And it looks like Nova did catch one, but they didn't get the elimination points for them. So it'll slow down some traffic on the southern side, which is always good for Nova. They don't want to be backstabbed as they employ their med strat. And here we have the Knights working down on the northern side, and back-to-back has mostly all rotated, I think. Killswitch left behind. Oh, they got into... Okay, it was a split rotation, and one of the members got caught, and now Killswitch also kind of fighting for their own life, as the rest of back-to-back... They're way far deep in the center of the circle already.
Yeah, he's kind of playing by himself right now. You can see him dropping down smokes. I have a feeling he's trying to get up to the northern side, maybe even to that warehouse or little shack there to play off of, or even once he crosses can kind of run along the bank to meet up with the rest of his team. But they decided to leave. Yeah, I didn't even notice that until you pointed it out. Because, I mean, they were probably the only team that had a location where you could play, on the north and southern side of the river. But since it's so far over to the side, kind of questionable if it's worth it, and that there's probably a lot of pressure going to be put on them. And clearly there is. Even the Knights, they're just sticking around in that area.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Knights, adjusting from game number 1. Instead of being neighbors with back-to-back, they set up in a way to kind of, harass or fight back-to-back. The second back-to-back made a move. The Knights were ready this time around, so great adjustment there. Of course, there's still a lot of teams needing to come into this zone, and this match is nowhere close to done. A lot of teams on the southern side with Nova, once again, the Panthers, a full team of the Panthers, really close to the team of Nova.
Making me a little bit nervous. Nova, I don't think they realize. No, they for sure know this. I mean, the thing is it'll be interesting fight to see for sure, because both these teams, I mean, Nova, I feel like are more aggressive on Sandhawk. Panthers usually are just aggressive in general. Rinnell started off with a knock onto Chico in this case. Nova, though, I'm pretty sure that they only have 3 people there, if I'm not mistaken. I can't quite catch out where the... No, they all should be there. One of them's a little bit further over towards the eastern side that's coming closer, but honestly, do they even need him? Look at this. They're getting down so many members of the Panthers. I believe that just leaves one person left hiding behind that tree there. Yeah, it's just Moso, and all Nova has to do is push forward and find that. Nope, Moso will let them know exactly where they are, and the Panthers go out there in last place. Nova, I mean, even though they usually go for med strats, they're actually getting a good amount of eliminations before they go ahead and do that, already with 5 eliminations.
Hey, I mean, you can med strat to second place and pick up eliminations.
Exactly.
Seems like what Nova's learning. Like, hey, you guys can actually, you know, fight. So Nova doing really good job of picking up the points and the placement points on top of one another. Next circle is about to shift, and it will indeed go to the northern island. And this is an area of the map that we have not seen yet out of PMPL. Teams should be somewhat familiar. This area of the map does get not maybe say the end game, but a lot of teams do rotate around here when it goes to the northwest island. So they should be familiar with the territory, but we'll see how the teams play this out, as Dope is already set up here and Execute just driving straight in. Fishy going down, but another player getting the trade flash on the high ground against Sixes. Oh, there's only one player left of Execute. I think it's just all down. No, Jason is still alive, but he's way far away, and Jason doing what he can from who knows where, trying to provide some support fire, but did Sixes go? Oh, Sixes did get knocked right there by Dope. So that is Execute not having I feel like if they were better spread, they would have had better information to know that this place was indeed occupied. So Jason, last one up, 2 first aid kits. I don't think Execute could pull out too many points from this Sandhawk game.
No, yeah, I agree with that. We'll have to see where else that goes. You're right. I didn't realize he got that knock on a Sixless. I thought he backed up off that fight and started bandaging. I'm like, Sixless is so low, just peek over. But yeah, it does look like Dope so far is successfully holding their position. However, yep, here we go. We're even spectating Skipper. WALLSTREETBETS finished their rotation, and they're going on the bank right next to Dope. Dope super spread out. It's really only Illusion and one other member of Dope here. The other 2 are further away. So right when Illusion realizes that WALLSTREETBETS are all here, they're going to be in for a little bit of a panic. Probably are going to pull back down to this peninsula, and that kind of opens the doors for other people to kind of get space. I don't think that that can happen though, because now there's so many people trying to get inside the zones that are all just holding each other out. APHELION driving straight into HQA as well. Oh, the shotgun's coming into play for a moment there, but APHELION will actually succeed in that fight. And Trick, he needs to heal on up before they go and get that res onto their teammates, since they're kind of in the open right there.
Now Star Gaming from the Shoreline side taking those shots. Really good push out of the APHELION team, finishing up those players of HQA. Now WALLSTREETBETS is here. Dope, maybe not aware of the 2 players that were hiding earlier, but they definitely heard the boat pull up. So now they are aware that a team is here, and WALLSTREETBETS laying prone, spreading out a little bit. Maybe they might have to make a push on the next circle shift, so they're getting their angles set up. But both teams very cautious, not wanting to engage with each other. On the south side, however, with the blue zone closing in, Nova, 19E, and the Chosen fighting on the southern edge.
Can't forget KBL as well. There's a good amount of teams down here on the southern side, so too many people. Not everybody is going to be able to cross whatsoever unless somehow KBL kind of backs up and just goes north, but even the Knights might be able to kind of peek on down and get involved. I kind of doubt it. KBL, I feel like whenever they hear fights, they kind of want to get involved. They have the bridge. I have a feeling Nova, those 3 teams down to the south are going to kind of be finding it out, and KBL might just wait and clean it up afterwards. Even though not even 19 Esports, I don't even think that they want to be involved. Are they just swimming in the water right now?
Yeah, 19 Esports down to 2 players. I don't think they feel like they have the firepower to engage in this third party. Next circle shifts right on to back with the center of the zone. The Knights control the high ground, however, so they have a lot of sight lines and options to play with. Pretty good circle ending, I'd say, for a lot of action to start popping out very soon. Nova on the edge of blue as usual. They always have that first aid strat ready, but they're getting into a lot more fights than usual, and they are winning them quite handedly. It's up to 6 eliminations already with 4 players up. I
Wow.
almost want to see them just fight their way into the zone and forget about the
I
med
wish.
strat entirely.
I wish for sure. Look at that. Chosen, gone.
Oh, man.
Nova, celebrating. Now I want them to not med strat, and I want them to push north. But I don't know if we'll get that. At
Yeah,
least
probably
2 of
not.
them might push north, but definitely not all of them. Here we go.
Oh.
This is the fight we were waiting for. Dope and WALLSTREETBETS finally getting in a fight. Unfortunately, WALLSTREETBETS, though, with 2 of them going down and the other 2 not even close to continue that, that's not a good situation. 24K does at least get Illusion there, actually, but can't even make it to try and get their 3rd teammate there that was bleeding out too fast.
Dope with a really good job there on the defense, but overextending just a little bit will cause them to lose 1 member unnecessarily. He really wanted to gun for that 3rd knock, but 24K in a great position to trade that right back. Now with the zone shifted, right? Dope is not in zone. WALLSTREETBETS also not in the zone. It looks like both teams will try and just see if they can ink out any more points from each other by getting into an engagement. Fishy looking for some sort of angle. He is spotted out though, so he's got to be a little bit careful. 24K's shot were hidden really good. There's KBL in the distance on the edge of zone once they cross the bridge, and Nova, they're going to fight their way into zone. Nova's going to have to fight with KBL next.
That'll be interesting, especially because our analysts, they have chosen who they think will have the most eliminations. Glitter chose Nova, 7 chose the Knights, and Jukes chose back-to-back. So again, all of those really strong choices, because Nova as of right now holds that top number, but they're getting in a big fight down there to that southern side, and the elimination feed does not look friendly in their favor. We'll have to wait and see though, because this fight between WALLSTREETBETS and Dope is continuing even more. It does look like Dope decided, I like that they kind of decided to be more aggressive on this, right? Like Casper kind of coming down from the southern side, like just absolutely pinching them. They're stuck in there. Skipper barely any HP. Will he even be able to get it off? No, he's not. They're out of this game, and Dope, they got that, and they get a good rotation just into the zone. Nova, here we go. Nova and KPL taking a fight too.
That was perfectly played out of the Dope team. Nova, that was that the first? I don't think, no, Koi might be the first aider now. We just saw Ren get knocked there. Somebody's got all the first aid kits. Not sure who. Hopefully it is Koi. Because, yep, there he is. He's just staying safe in the building. He has to be the one with all the meds right there. Mambe, Ace of Spades with 7. That's probably not enough. He's even going to delay that one to ink out every precious second he can, and he will manage to get that one off. And yeah, here's Nova using all the bandages first. Because honestly, you can bandage through the blue zone all the way up to the very end if you have the boosters going. The Knights getting a knock onto KBL. That should be a long-range one. And the circle has shifted up to the Knights. The Knights right now in full control of the zone. Back-to-back on the edge of the zone on the low ground in the compounds. But that's just going to be a slaughter field if they have to go up the hill. Nobody has control of the hillside besides the Knights.
Yeah, how quickly things change. Back-to-back had the previous center circle, and now the Knights just have the obvious advantage from this hard shift over to the eastern side. So we'll have to keep an eye on what exactly they're going to do about this situation. I mean, we've seen it before with the rotation down to the southern side or even staying in that compound, having something happen, but it's going to be difficult to execute. Actually being eliminated, I think that's the earliest they might have been taken out of any game so far. APHELION going to follow right behind them. Does look like, there we go, we were expecting these sight lines, like the Knights being up on top, to be getting these eliminations, holding people out. They're already doing so against the hit list. They actually have a really nice 2-2 split going on, 2 to the north to hold these guys out. Even Star Gaming as they try and get right underneath the rocks, and the other 2 are keeping the eye on towards the southern side. Yeah, just gone. Nesquick tried. Nope, not allowed.
Yeah, it's just, the Knights from the hilltop just shredding everybody downhill, and that 2-2 is absolutely perfectly done. Pretty much controlling 100% of the circle, and with a new zone, this is kind of looking like the execute game from earlier, where they just had the chicken dinner just from positioning alone. This time it's the Knights, and it all comes down to that adjustment that they made, right? The first game of Sandhawk, they felt like they were too passive and let back-to-back do whatever they want. This time around, I know it's a different kind of circle and the shifts have been a little bit different, but just that first circle proactiveness has set them up for a great game now.
Oh, Polo being spotted out too. I saw him tossing something. I thought he was tossing some smoke down before potentially running towards this rock face, but he was spotted out. Xenox almost gets him knocked completely, but he will be able to heal up a little bit. His other teammates just obviously can't go in that direction. They do have a vehicle, so they will make it right underneath them where the zone shifts, but still, they kind of just have to sit there and wait. Like, there's no way that they're going to be able to kind of get some knocks at the Knights right directly above them. So they're just going to have to keep an eye out for people like this to see if they can get any eliminations until they eventually have to take that fight with the Knights.
Oh, an arm shot ringing out. 19E getting a knock on Dope. I don't even know where that's from. Oh, that's 19E from behind Dope in the blue zone. So,
Oh, I had a heart attack.
Coop's showing us some moves right there. Got all of us for a second. It looked like he was about to drop down, but
Yeah.
he may as well. It's a 4v2. I mean, we have Nova, Dope, and the hit list, but they are so deep in the blue that I don't... Oh, wait, hold on. The hit list is actually in the zone, I think, right behind back-to-back. You see right there, that brown marker on the minimap in the top right. There we go. Jat G might actually spoil things for back-to-back. Oh, I think Killswitch heard something. You see Killswitch running back that way. But now
there it is.
the Knights team, you know, going aggressive, trying to get these points. They won't let back-to-back go down in the blue. These are free points for the Knights. They're not going to wait any longer. Great nade takes out back-to-back. It comes down to, I think, only Jat G. I think Jat G, he's got 3 first aid kits. He's got to move, though. And I think the Knights are going to play in a way where they just try and stop everyone from coming into the next zone proactively. So I don't even think the hit list can get a second place finish. It should still go over to Nova.
We'll see. Jachi, I mean, all of the Knights instantly kind of backed away from this. They probably thought the rest of this was clear. I'm not sure if one of them kind of took a peek to see if there's anybody else back there, because he kind of had like a little nook like behind the rock there that I'm a little bit surprised that Jachi kind of like found in that situation. But the rest of the Knights, yeah, they're like, they're the complete opposite side of the circle than where Jachi is. They're trying to clear out everything to see if everybody else are just healing. And Casper looks like he ran out of some meds. Will do some damage to the Knights, but it's definitely their game. Here we go. Now spawning out Jat G. He didn't even have a sight on his gun, unfortunately, and Coops just takes him down. So, yep. What were we expecting? Who do you think got second place? Knights got first, though, for sure.
Yeah, you know, Nova, just watching that elimination feed, it's just like, why don't you guys just die to the blue zone? You're in a 1v4. Why even try? Why do you guys keep giving Knights these points? Well, hey, Nova, if anyone's going to stop the Knights, it's going to be you guys. Okay, Nova? So you got to do something about the Knights. Nobody else is going to manage to do anything against the Knights, because the Knights right now, 16 eliminations and a chicken. That's 36 points right there. I think if we don't see the Knights, or if we don't see the Nova target the Knights in the very next match, and the next match is the last match for the day, by the way, right? If we don't see that in the very next match, I'm just gonna say I've lost all hope for Nova as far as getting the PMGC points, because it is just very apparent right now. The only people that are gonna stop the Knights are Nova themselves. Koi, opening and closing the door right now, just like contemplating, do we do it? Yes or no? Tell me, Door. Give me the answer. He will secure that second place, though, but I don't think that's enough. Not with the Knights taking the chicken dinner here.
Yeah, he's trying to flip that coin or flip the door, I guess, to kind of make the decision. I still feel like, I don't know, I still feel like that 113 points from the beginning was super difficult to kind of go against, but you're right, if they're going to do something, they need to do it in this next one. Of course, the Knights, just look at that damage, like almost 3k damage. They only received 200 damage?
Yeah, that's how you know dominant performance. When you've only received 200 and you dealt out almost 3k, I mean, positioning and just aggressive, and the shots were on point. Really good game for the Knights. We still got one more to go, guys, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a quick, short highlight.
Boom! And the Knights get the dub on a silver platter. A really tough pick there, Seven. Great prediction.
It was a hard one.
Oh my goodness. You know what? I wish I could have predicted who was going to get second place. That's crazy though. The Knights, boom, get the most eliminations so far here in the PMPL NA Final. Seven finally makes it onto the board. That's a great thing right there. It's crazy to see. It's crazy to see so far this tourney, Seven. Thinking about it, Nova got 19 points. Okay?
Yeah.
As we take a look at the match ranking here. Okay, Glitter, you keep dancing. You keep dancing. You deserve it. You deserve it. All right? But you know who else is really dancing? The Knights. The Knights. The strategy is great for Nova, but dang. The Knight strategy is working a little bit better, Seven. Working a little bit better.
Yeah, Knights, in a way, I feel like as soon as they got to that left island, it was kind of over for them because they didn't really have anybody on their path. They were able to kind of just move up, and they used all of their players to just cover every single area. And you know, everybody in that team is absolutely deadly. Now, going to Nova, I actually thought Nova was going to be performing even better in regards to eliminations, but as soon as they lost 2 players, they were like, you know what, let's default to our heal strat. Something that I do got to give Nova props for, though, even though they go back to the heal strat, is that they're actually going for more eliminations now in every Sandhawk. You love to see that. A completely different strategy there from Nova, although at the end, the heal strat is kind of the same. 21 points for them. Though Esports continuing to try to chip away. Remember, this team wasn't dead last. Huge disadvantage in regards to bonus points, but they've been showing up here in the first day. The HITLIST as well, 12 points for them. Back-to-back. I felt like back-to-back was going to end up doing a lot more. They kind of disappointed me, not going to lie, there in the end. And Glitter here, execute, stopping that kind of streak of good games that they had.
I mean, it was bound to happen, right? They can't be perfect every single time. They've had a very strong performance, and they still get 3 elims on the board. They'll be in a top spot at least heading into this last match, most likely heading into tomorrow as well, so they'll be comfortable and they can kind of pick themselves back up. A little bit of a fall off here from Star, definitely a fall off from MEZEXIS, especially when they started the day so strong, and yet to see Panthers really pop off in the way that we know they are more than capable of doing. So I think today has been a really good start to finals, but I think this last match will be a last-ditch opportunity for some points for some of these teams, and tomorrow's going to get even spicier, Jukes.
Oh, I think it definitely is, Glitter. I mean, tomorrow's going to be insane. It's so crazy to see. I always say the formula to win a championship title here, right, is to get a massive win when you're given that opportunity, you know? And if you're not, you put up some consistent points. I'll tell you what, Glitter, the Knights aren't missing any opportunity.
Dang. Oh, to over 2,800 damage for the Knights with their 16 elims. That has got to feel good because they had a much quieter, slower day up until this point, and this is kind of what we were expecting out of them. Like you were saying, Seven, huge performances all day out of Dope. I mean, almost 1,700 damage and 6 elims for themselves. And to be fair, HITLIST is still up here as well. Those 2 bottom squads have been fighting all day to really close whatever gap was going on with the squads above them. I mean, you talked about Nova's aggression. Really, really solid conversion for those 9 elims with the 1,100 damage. And then, even though I kind of just threw a little bit of shade on them, Panthers still up here with the top damage. So, I mean, it's not awful. It's just not great.
Yeah, not great at all. Some props, though, for APHELION Esports, especially Trick. That man continued to impress us. And the player that I was calling out earlier in the day, Clown, man, I still want to see more. Like, I mean, I called out Faye earlier on for Execute, saying that I wanted to continue to see that performance. He was able to do that. Clown, every single time, and this is not a hit at him, just going by what we see when we play the game. Every single time we see that team, he's always the first one dead. And remember, he's the IGL by what Nate told us when we were able to interview him. I feel like that's just such a big hit, losing your IGL.
Yeah, always hurts, especially with this new spectator system. And, you know, it's crazy. We used to talk about APHELION almost every game, and it's been a while since I think we just heard their voice. So it's good to be able to get a chance to talk about them a little bit. Now, you know, 2 teams that we've always been talking about, right, has been the Knights and Nova. They've been the 2 really headliners here for this tournament. But I'll tell you what, after the way Execute has been performing, I think it's about time we start talking about Execute versus the Knights here, Seven.
Yeah, no more Nova, and this is why, ladies and gentlemen, because Execute, I mean, they've been putting up a great performance. Knights still leading in damage, still doing nice things. ELM 7.2, which is ridiculous. Average survival time, I mean, this is the finals of the Knights. This is what kind of we expect to see out of them. But then if you go over to Execute, a team that only started showing up in a big way for us in phase 3, the finals day especially, they're putting up 1100 damage average. That's impressive for that team. 5.6 eliminations, that's impressive too. And what's even more impressive is that average survival time at 21 minutes. I'm loving the way they are playing certain games. Even not even talking about the Sanha, going back to a Miramar match, they were super patient on what was going to happen. It might have been the Erangel as well. They saw some of their teams fighting. They realized they didn't really have to make that push. And they were like, let's just wait it out and see what's going to happen. So far, it's working out perfect for them. It didn't really work out perfect for them that last match. But I'm enjoying what I'm seeing, the progression that I'm seeing out of that team.
You know what, Seven, though? I'll tell you what's even more impressive, right? Is the fact that they're doing all of that on the first day, okay? That's the big thing. This is the hardest part of the tournament. That first day, you don't know what's going to happen, and they came out swinging glitter. I think it's about a time we take to see how much they've been swinging.
Wow.
I mean, they really went at it, but these Knights, I mean, they're really tough to compete with your glitter.
We just wanted to do a quick check-in with the overall ranking before we head into the last match of the day. And after that performance, Knights has put themselves back on top with a very comfortable lead, at least for this first day. They wanted to make sure that they didn't have to worry about about anything until day 2. I mean, Execute second place. Nova, though, right behind, only by 1 point now. So Nova's making a little bit of a comeback as well. And then everybody, wait, what? 7? HITLIST is all the way in 6th place.
Hello.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it. This team, 2 games ago, they were in 15th place. They have made a huge, massive jump. Surprises. Going back to surprises. We were talking about them. The hit list is up there. Execute, you know what? You are actually a surprise for me, considering that you're currently in 2nd place. We keep going down. MEZEXIS. I mean, WALLSTREETBETS, these teams are tight, and I feel like, yeah, there might be a bit of a gap there towards the top. But remember, it's not just first place. It's also top 5. So show me that second page because I want to see how some of these other teams are doing. And guess what? APHELION Esports, they might not be in the first page, but they're only 1 point away from 8th and 7th. You have the Panthers. We've been asking where have they been. It's crazy to me that the Panthers only have just 3 placement points, but they've been able to put up the eliminations with what, you know, some of the other players were able to tell us when we interviewed them. Dope Esports no longer dead last. Ace of Spades currently last. I mean, teams are showing up. Teams are definitely showing up, and I think that goes with what you were saying too, Hot Jukes. How impressive it is that they're doing that.
All right, Devin, thank you so much. But we got this next game going. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters.
Oh man, we could go on for days about that leaderboard. The hit list up to 6th place. Like, oh man. So like, back once again to that whole bonus points, 20 points. You could still make a huge comeback if you had, you know, a really rough league week, and if you had a really good one, you get rewarded for it. I think this format is perfect. It has not been this entertaining because if we didn't have these bonus points, right? If everyone started from 0, you'd see a bigger gap in the points.
Oh, yeah.
Versus adding in the bonus points. So if anything, these bonus points make things even closer. The argument was that the bonus points is going to make things more spread out, and some teams are just absolutely just out of the competition going into the finals. It's actually the exact opposite. It actually makes everything a lot closer. It gives everyone a better chance to go up and down, and it is just absolutely lovely to see where the points are. Now, I asked you a question, like game 2, right? Nova. I was saying, hey, Nova, they're definitely going to be top 5, right? So they should just focus on knocking the Knights out to get the PMGC points. Now that we see that overall with the hit list all the way up out of nowhere into 6th place, back-to-back in 5th place, which is scary because back-to-back is a team that could pop off at any moment and pass Nova up. I think right now Nova's more concerned about staying in the top 5 than the PMGC points. I feel like the Nova is kind of starting to realize, like, hey, we need to just let Knights do the Knights stuff, let them take that PMG slot, and let's just hope we can make it into the next phase of the competition because it's looking a little bit scary for the everyone in the top 5 because anyone could kind of rise up and knock them out now.
I mean, even if they just focus on getting into the top 5, I mean, that's obviously them getting points, which then does go for the PMGC points as well.
No,
like,
no. That's no. Yeah, they'll get points towards PMGC, but they're not passing. Remember, Knights were ahead by 100-something points. It
I
doesn't
mean, they
matter
didn't
if
do
you're-
it in game 1. I don't think it was happening
Yeah, so
at all.
so yeah, exactly. So it's like, yeah, they could get those PMGC points, but it's basically for nothing because if you're not stopping the Knights are taking that PMGC first place qualification, right?
I mean, I said it before. I just don't see a world where they're separated by 113 points. But I don't know. That also sounds pessimistic, I guess, like to say that. But I just really want to know what Nova is in fact focusing on. If we just knew that, I think that would just that would be the answer to all this wondering, or to the questions that we've been asking this entire time. But yeah, right now, like them being in 3rd place, and honestly the points, like just looking at it, like they're separated by not that big of a space, like whatsoever. Like it's like time to start doing not damage control, I guess you could say. That's what I automatically wanted to say, like time to make sure like you have secured your spot. But I don't think that there was a secure spot to begin with for anybody kind of coming into this, right? So I still think it's everybody still just competing for those top 5 spots. So they just got to focus on that. That's what everybody's focusing on.
You know what the scary thing is for Nova? Like that they should like just throw it out there. They got 2nd place on Sandhawk twice with eliminations this time. And we're questioning, can they keep top 5, right? Nova's had a good day because remember in week 3 Nova couldn't even manage a 2nd place on Sandhawk. They couldn't even manage like getting elimination points. So it's like Nova's actually doing really good today, and even now we're kind of worried like, hey, can Nova even keep top 5 with the way some of these other teams are playing right now? So I think once we kind of realize and understand that, I mean, I think PMGC points are not on Nova's radar whatsoever. Maybe at the beginning of the day, like you said, they might have thought about it, but very quickly after 5 games have been played, I think that dream is out the window, and now it's just like, okay, let's just focus in, play our own game, try and make top 5.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even right now, actually, they're in 3rd place, I think, because of the bonus points. Like, taking a look at the points that people have only gotten today, like Start Gaming and Back-to-Back are actually above them by 1 and 2 points, like each. Even the hit list, actually, I believe, is above them too. So, it definitely is the bonus points is kind of giving that padding. I was wondering about Nova, but honestly, I feel like I'm just wondering about a lot of these guys towards the top of this leaderboard, because everybody at this point are getting so many points that at the end of today, I feel like I just need to take a look at the leaderboard and see where everybody landed, and to try and guess what these next 2 days are going to be holding.
Yeah, we saw a Start Gaming player on a bicycle. I just had a random thought cross my mind so I haven't played comp in a while, and I haven't used a bicycle, but are the bicycles like fully silent? Because if they are, right, just imagine a squad.
Quiet, though.
A squad of 4 people on a bike, or not 4 people on a bike. A squad of 4 people each on bikes.
Yeah.
On bikes, pulling up, just super stealthy onto a team. Right?
That'd be terrifying. I feel like that's more terrifying than thinking of like a flock of cars driving towards you. And they're not set, but they are pretty quiet, I will say. So honestly, it could happen. But yeah, you can hear the tires a bit, like as you're riding, like it's kind of like clicking. But that would be, oh my goodness, I can picture it. That'd be terrifying. I mean, it is, like I said, it is significantly quieter. So people are like distracted by other things, like a bike could come in clutch.
Right. Yeah, exactly. The first circle, by the way, finally something a little bit easier for all these teams to work with.
Yeah.
Just no matter how crazy it hard shifts, it could get a little more difficult, right, with crazy hard shifts. But it's on, the main island, unless military base, right? It is in there, but teams will know by the second circle, right? Military base will be either in or out, most likely out. So this is the easiest game for all these teams to play in as far as the circle is concerned, and teams are definitely taking advantage of that. Now we see everybody moving a lot quicker and earlier and centering up, whereas before there was always a question mark of where is the circle actually going to go, and a lot of teams played it a lot, slower in that sense.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I feel like usually it's a little bit more spread out than this, so people are playing this a bit differently, though. The Knights, not playing it entirely differently. They actually just aggressively, like, took this compound from Ace of Spades, and Ace of Spades just backed up, like, you can have it, bro. Like, we don't want it anymore. We'll back up for you. Which I find interesting here. I mean, we were saying, at least I was saying, Ace of Spades, a little bit surprised by how they've been playing so far. Even today, I feel like doesn't really sum up how they usually play, kind of being in that 16th place position so far out of the rest of the teams. So I kind of want to see them, I hope that they're able to kind of reset in this last match, get a good amount of points, and then tomorrow come back with an more even head, I guess I'll say.
Yeah. Nemesis right here, peeking out a little bit hard. I know he's looking at APHELION, but Knights might have a slim angle, so he's got to be a little bit careful right there. And we could just see earlier, right? Like, which team is more dominant. We saw Koops hard peeking, right? He's not staying behind the wall, TPP peeking. He's hard peeking, ready to shoot back at someone that peeks him. Whereas the rest of Ace of Spades, they're just staying behind the walls using that third person peek instead. So it's just like, just clear sign of which team is more aggressive and dominant right there. But this is the first circle about to head into the second zone. The Knights were looking for a fight, but they didn't get the fight that they were looking for. Ace of Spades just backed off immediately. But the next circle shift, we see the Knights already kind of doing some preemptive scouting with Xenox and Spec further in towards the center. And you could see, like we mentioned, the center of the circle completely taken up right now. Nova with a huge 1-1-1-1 split. That's what they're best at, especially on Erangel. So this game might work out a little bit better for Nova since this circle is more in their playing field.
That's very true. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on them for sure. I mean, I keep saying that. We'll keep an eye on them. I mean, I feel like even in the last couple of games, there's just been stuff that we've missed. Obviously, that's like the nature of this game. Like, everybody is doing something at all times, that we're missing so many good things. And it does look like, unfortunately for Yi, he's actually being driven up on by Star Gaming. See, it continues. Yi, unfortunately, goes down in that situation. The rest of Nova too far away. So we were just saying maybe they'll get a good one here. But Star Gaming, they just decided that this spot is what they want. And I don't think Nova was really prepared for that. Ooh. Even Kindness goes down. There's only 2 of them left. You can even see Rin having to put down smoke to try to get away.
Yeah, I usually always compliment Nova's splits in the sense that the second one of them's pulled up on, they could eject out of there and then stall for time for support. But we saw right there, that player of Nova had no chance of making it out. So Nova is playing extremely sloppy right now and in the finals, which is not good. TC versus Wall Street Bets. I think this is down to a 1v1. Teams are trading back and forth. Gotcha coming in, doing some pre-fire. There's that nade right there thrown out. No, it's a Molotov. Gotcha's going to get the nade out instead. And TC, 2 of their players are already eliminated or bled out. So the Chosen really need to clutch this one up and get the reset and execute from distance. Steals a point away. He's going to try and go for the finish. Gotcha getting really close by. Janchi down to 1 HP. No first aid kit. Some pre-fires getting one shot onto Gotcha will indeed make him 1 HP as well, except Gotcha has the first aid kit. Janchi does not. I think he just got dropped some. So Gaji's going to reset up to 80 health, and I think Janchi's going to do the same and get the revive here.
Yeah, he's going for it. You can see Gaji now after he has healed up. Gaja is starting to prep that nade once again. I mean, they haven't moved actually, so but a little bit too far. Skipper is now up, trying to be a little bit of distraction here as going for yet another res. Yeah, that is exactly what's happening. Gotcha knows exactly what's going on right there, though, but it doesn't matter. Nice. Wall Street Bets actually win that fight against the Chosen. I wasn't quite sure how that was going to end up, but the fact that Wall Street Bets were able to be getting these reses, like, it was just getting worse and worse for Gotcha, so he had to do something there.
Yeah, nice try out of the Chosen. Even better defense out of Wall Street Bets. We're back onto this Potato Hill area, and somehow it is KBL up here instead. we saw earlier Star Gaming take a fight with Nova and like cleaning that out. So at some point, some musical chairs happen, and KBL's now at the Potato Hill, which is pretty much dead center of the zone. Star Gaming with their 3 eliminations onto Nova is backed up, and oh, Nova's actually fully eliminated. I think, did we see that fully play out?
No, it was like right when we switched away to a different fight, like it popped up. Yeah.
Oh, Casper, great shots with the UMP, but I think Star Gaming looks like they're going to be committing to this fight with Dope now.
And that for sure. Like, they were just circling around in this area. I think Star Gaming is just wanting to play this last match this way, just being super aggressive. Right now, though, Dope putting them in a little bit of a precarious position. 2 of them are now knocked. You can see Casper, I mean, he's walking around this building. He wants to make sure that these reses don't come through. And the other 2 members of Star Gaming, like, they know that they can't go and even try to get these reses on their 2 other teammates here. They're just trying to stay alive now, as all of Dope are deciding to be aggressive here. Here we go. Casper even going for some flushes too. All of them are behind the building. Like, Star Gaming, yeah, Brian tried getting away, but no, hey, Dope actually were able to defend that really well. Those 2 knocks as they pulled up was huge to that success.
Yeah, Casper with a really great job just getting the opening, immediately weakening the entire push out of Star Gaming. Star Gaming trying to do the same thing to Nova as they are trying to do to Dope, but Dope had the better defense there. Next circle did shift. Execute's actually dead center of the zone. The zone is a little bit west of the school area, as we see a lot of teams starting to rotate now. Back to back has managed to pick up 2 eliminations so far, keeping a full team up. That's always good for them as they're coming into the southern edge of the zone right now.
I like to see where this next zone has kind of decided to go. And because of where people have started setting up, you can't just go on ahead and start kind of moving into the open, unfortunately. 19 Esports, at least Baby Tank finds himself in a tough situation. HQA, they're all spread out on the edge of Pachinki, but they were just able to spot him out, and I don't even know if 19 Esports will be able to make it to him. They're trying. There goes the smokes are down, but Baby Tank, he's super low HP, just bleeding out super quick. But also HQA, it's a difficult position for them because I'm sure that they want to confirm that, but there's no way that they can be aggressive, more aggressive onto that to secure it.
Yeah, HQA is just gonna instead control what they already have, not aggress any further. That church a really strong defendable position. Yeah, it's making them second guess it. And actually HQA was doing some preemptive scouting there and finding a stronger position, more center of the zone. So they'll win in that sense, not getting the elimination points, but we'll get better positioning as the circle is slowly closing. And we're gonna head into the 4th circle now. We got a lot of teams, a lot of players still left alive because this circle, right, a much more easier circle to figure out and play since the start, which is leaving a lot of teams up alive with full squads too.
It still feels like 3 teams being out in this circle, though, still seems like too many teams out, to be honest. Like, there's so much space in here, look at it. But just because of where people were making rotations through, that's where those engagements just happen. And actually, there was a bit more aggression, I think, especially on the side of Star Gaming, than what we've seen in the last couple of games. So that's what happened there. This next zone will pop. It's going to continue to go up towards the northern side, ending in these little fields here. So Execute, they're going to be happy with their compound, and the hit list will be able to kind of play from that Watertown compound as well. Everybody else is going to have to start filling in these edges and eventually make it into that field.
Oh, Coops with the beautiful knock right there. I like the way the Knights are playing, you know, these games. When the circle is there for them to do their rotations, they'll just decide to fight into the zone instead because they're able to. They're setting up on the edges of the map, picking up any scrap points they can, and then they'll just fight for a nice position as the circle condenses. So sticking true to their plan. APHELION Esports and back-to-back here. We saw Execute in this position just seconds ago, doing a great adjustment because this area of the map always gets filled up with numerous teams. So they're just going to let these teams come in and fight each other, and they're going to, you know, wait it out.
Yeah, and this side of the road is the easiest to crash, so I'm not actually surprised to see two different teams having crashed here and Execute having decided to back up. But we'll see how this ends here. Of course, whoever wins down here, it's going to be difficult for them to make any sort of other movement into the zone because of Execute's presence. But right now, that's obviously not what APHELION and Back-to-Back are thinking of. Big Molotov actually catching a good amount of the APHELION members on fire. Clown, you can even see him healing down there. I was wondering if he was actually going to be able to get that off in time, but he does. And Killswitch and Polo, they're the last two to hold down the fort here for their team, as APHELION for sure is going to be pushing up slowly. Oh, Polo actually went down too. APHELION, knowing these numbers, two of them are going to start making that push as that one gets the res, and Fate is actually pushing a little bit closer too. I think he wants to get involved.
Yeah, it's actually a knock from Execute. They actually threw a nade over and knocked Polo.
Nice.
So Execute third partying from. Yep, see what? There's some more, and
So
oh yeah,
good.
Fate got another one onto Clown. I don't think they're gonna push this though, because that requires them to cross the road, which is always dangerous. But they're definitely softening the APHELION team up, right? Making them use their first aids, but they gotta be careful as KPL is very close by. They're playing that ditch right in front of the Execute team, so they're gonna have to push into KPL eventually if they lose the circle. But if the circle shifts back down south, they could just be sitting here until the late game.
Yeah, there's just literally like a column of teams right here that the people in front of them will be blockers if this zone continues to go towards the center. So I think that's interesting. Like, I'm sure if KBL wasn't there, maybe XQ would have considered getting involved with that a little bit more, even though not getting involved is obviously the safer option. Just make sure that nothing's going to happen. They do have a good spot in zone so far, and they can kind of ignore what's happening down to the southern side for like a little bit longer. The Knights, we talked about that they were kind of chasing MEZEXIS, actually even inside of Rozhawk, the northern side of Rozhawk, and it looks like that fight has found itself into the southern side here. The Knights taking some damage here as one goat's knocked, another almost goes down.
Oh, no.
Huge nade remix. Disgusting nade. I think kind of turned this around here. He's going for the heal. There's only one member of the Knights left, but he's also the second to last member. So let's see what Remix will be able to do here. His other teammate is a little bit further away through the smoke. He could have waited for his team, I think, but he wanted to kind of push on that advantage. And here will also be down to half HP as Spec is trying to hold it down for the rest of his team. Nice go for the slushes too. Confirm those points.
Yeah, they're trying to bait the shots out for Spec to get Spec a very quick, minute-second timing, and actually a third party from Ace coming from the hilltop will take down the Knights team. The Knights almost had that fight against MEZEXIS, and they would have got almost like the full reset, but that grenade really well played out of MEZEXIS, proning on the outside behind the buggy. Usually, you have players always camping the stairs, right? And that's what he did. He camped the stairs, but from a position that no one would really expect, outside of the house, prone next to the window. Really good thinking right there by MEZEXIS player. And that's going to completely destroy the Knights right there. KBL getting shot at by Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades positioning beautifully. 2 on the mountaintop, 2 on school. I'm surprised they managed to get those positions for free, because the other teams, MEZEXIS and Knights, were duking it out with one another.
That was a little scary. Crystal Pig literally driving straight through the Panthers in this little bowl. They have to push there as Faker is going in too. I mean, this is the direction that they need to be pushing. And unfortunately, he just does not get it to happen. Frady, though, does go down to Crystal Pig. There we go. Crystal Pig cleaning it up in the end there. There's only one member left of the Panthers, and he was driving so far to the east that unfortunately, he still gets taken down. It wasn't even safe over in that direction. Oh, Execute also with a huge push. It was KBL holding them out, and it looks like it was no sweat for them. The only one that really took significant damage there is Jason down half HP.
Yeah, it was Ace of Spades from distance that just kept battering KBL. And Execute, I think they got like some type of confirmation that it was KBL in front of them, so they just third party that and took them out. Also works out for the zone. Right now it's HUA taking a fight with Execute. Execute, I think, has the better positioning, but with the third party from Ace of Spades in distance, they got to be a little bit careful. HUA down to just, I think, Crystal Pig and Cross as Execute, trying to reset 2 of their members. 2 of them are knocked. Looks like they will be able to hold it down for now, but they spot Dope in the distance and a little bit more wary on sticking through with that revive.
So much util coming into play from HQA. I mean, this is fully on them now, having to make this push. I think the timing was almost right for them, right? Like, if they had just gone a little bit closer, I think maybe HQA would have had more success in that initial fight. But now they're having to wait a little bit and then going for a second one in a moment. It also seems like WALLSTREETBETS up on top of the center hill. Like, I'm kind of like eyeing them up and seeing if they're going to be able to take this game away. But we'll see as Execute does take out HQA. And they should be able to heal on up. They're just below that mountain that WALLSTREETBETS has. I can't believe I just said that. And it, of course, shifts right on top of WALLSTREETBETS. WALLSTREETBETS has to protect this now with their lives because they have such a good spot compared to everybody else.
WALLSTREETBETS in a great position. I think MEZEXIS is going to get a better position, though, because they're going to be on the high ground over the top of WALLSTREETBETS. That northern side uncontested. We might see Ace of Spades go for that northern side as well. Right now, we're looking at the south between a Dope and, oh, no, back up to Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades with 3. They did end up losing 1. Telly gets knocked in that elimination feed to Dope. So both Execute and Dope are going to fight for the southern side. And it looks like Ace of Spades and MEZEXIS is going to fight for the northern control. And WALLSTREETBETS, they just got to make sure they keep their heads down, tucked low enough, and nobody's going to just rain in nades on them.
Yeah, kind of realizing that they're in that bowl makes it a little bit scarier. So I like to see that they actually sent one person out of that bowl to try and watch the northern side, that nobody can start overlooking them. So that's a big job for 24K. Like, he needs to be successful in his job there for his team's longevity, basically. MEZEXIS now are officially inside that little bowl. They're spotting out the last member of Execute. We'll have them eliminated. Oh, not even. It was actually Dope, I think. No, it was MEZEXIS that got that. And now 24K, it really is up to him to make sure that MEZEXIS is at least distracted so that his team doesn't get hurt here. Of course, his team, I was going to say maybe this is an opening for his team to start pushing on up, but there's just so many eyes down to the southern side that I feel like is blocking anything from WALLSTREETBETS on what they can do here.
Yeah, 24K is doing a great job. He's using Ace of Spades as, like, you know, more pressure onto MEZEXIS. And he's got to keep laying down smokes, though, because he's a little bit exposed on that right-hand side to Dope. I'm surprised he's not knocked to Dope player in the distance. Oh, he is aware, yeah. I think his teammates called it out. Like, you got to get down from there now. So he's got to... I think he's looking for more smokes because, like I said, and like you mentioned, if MEZEXIS gets full control of this, they just rain down nades on top of WALLSTREETBETS. So 24K's juggling a lot right now, but it's very crucial he plays it well. And here we have Ace of Spades now pencering in onto MEZEXIS. We're down to 4 teams. Dope did win that fight down in the south against Execute, so Dope will manage to lay low for now.
Yeah, but they have to come in shortly, and of course WALLSTREETBETS kind of has the obvious little bowl there right on the side of this big hill, but I don't even know how Dope is going to get there at this point. You can see some damage being rained on top of them, 2 of them taking a significant amount of damage, but shortly Ace of Spades is going to be pushing on too, and MEZEXIS is starting off with a knock onto them. Yeah, here we go. They know they need to start clearing their edges, especially since the zone decided to center on up. Like, MEZEXIS knows that people are going to be pushing towards them anyway, so they got to start being proactive and getting rid of these guys. They're kind of split, though, because they had to take the fight with 24K at the same time on the opposite direction.
Yeah, Dope actually did get that knock and finish on 24K, so now MEZEXIS don't have to worry about anyone but the Ace of Spades team, and you see they're trying to take advantage of that beautiful knock by Pappy Sour. They're in a close-range fight now. One player goes down. Here is up. Remix from the distance, now coming over, gets another knock. Ace of Spades just down to 1. Nemesis shimmying back and forth. He gets another, but there's a trick. It's actually Dope from distance that will get it. Will Dope try and make a move now? I don't think they can because they still have MEZEXIS in between them or they still have WALLSTREETBETS in between them and MEZEXIS.
They're in a car.
MEZEXIS should go for this revive as quickly as possible, but Dope playing so proactive. They're going to sweep all the way around and take the high ground, but one of them gets knocked by the players of WALLSTREETBETS. This is absolutely quick thinking from everyone out of the last 4 teams, and it is like a moving chess battle, but with more than just 2 players playing.
So good. Yeah, unfortunately, Flash just got a little bit too close to WALLSTREETBETS, but Casper made it flawlessly. And Illusion clearly doesn't have a vehicle. No way. Big nade coming through. Casper actually does it. I thought thought he needed his teammate actually to be able to make that happen, but no. Dope was able to successfully get rid of them, and now it really is just down to them and Wall Street Bets. Casper has such a good spot up here. There we go,
Oh my
immediately
God,
spawning out
so
Wall Street
clean.
Bets. So good. I can't believe that rotation on the southern side.
That was the sickest play I've seen all tournament. Like the heads up for them to push, right? To take that other side, wrapping around to the high ground, to backstab MEZEXIS.
Good.
But I was not expecting Dope to still leave a player behind to trap the Wall Street Bets player in. That was so beautiful. That was like 10 steps ahead. I was not expecting that. And let's just go to the highlights. I hope the analysts will focus a little bit more in on that, because that is by far the sickest play I've seen all tournament long. And that was out of Dope Esports. So we'll be right back. And I want to see that one more time.
Oh my goodness. Dope Esports. And look, we're all wearing blue. You know, this is all brand right here. It was unbelievable there at the end. I mean, the ridiculous 5-head play of having Casper go over, say, hey, Casper, you go solo MEZEXIS over there, right? Just don't worry. We'll leave one player illusion at the back to solo Wall Street Bets. Everything had to go perfect for them to get that chicken dinner. It did. It did, Glitter.
That was pure chaos at the end of that match, and I am so here for it. That was a fantastic day to close out the day. And as we take a look at the match ranking, that nade onto MEZEXIS that dashed all of their hopes and dreams of being able to close out that chicken dinner. I mean, Dope with the 15 elim 30-point chicken dinner to close out the day. Talk about closing point gaps. That is exactly what Dope needed to do. They had already put themselves only a few points behind Korean barbecue lovers. This will surely catapult them up that leaderboard. But Wall Street Bets also closing out the day with a very strong performance. MEZEXIS bouncing back after they kind of fell into a little bit of a rut in the middle of the day. And Ace of Spades, one of those teams that had fallen below Dope in the overall, trying to close out the day with a little bit better performance as well. And then, of course, 7. You wanted more consistency after they had a little bit of a slowdown. 7 elims out of Execute. 6 placement points. And a cool 13 points to close out the day. And you know who's not up here at all? Our top 2.
I'm so glad you said that. And what's crazier, too, before this match, none of our top 5, besides just Execute, are in this first page. So that's just wild to me. I can't wait to see that second page. I can't wait to see what some of the other teams score. Star Gaming, 3 points. Knights, 2, back-to-back, 2. Nova Esports, 0. Nova right now, the only points they are getting is pretty much when we go to Sandhawk. So far, going back to the beginning of the day, Glitter and Hajix, I talked about I wanted some surprises. I think we have gotten plenty of surprises here.
All day.
Especially the way some of these teams perform. I mean, Dope Esports, to finish it off like this, couldn't ask for anything better, like you guys were saying.
Absolutely. Oh my. Hey, hold on real quick, guys. Ready? Last place. Last place. Last place. Last
No
place.
more. Last place, no
Exactly right. You know, Dope Esports from last place. Okay. 30 points. We all have to know. They're not in last place anymore, okay? So, I want a prediction. Before we go to the overall leaderboards, where do you think Dope has launched themselves? From 16th to what?
9th.
Oh, 9th? Halfway? 7th?
I'm with it. You know what, Glitter? I'm with 9.
9th? All
Close.
right.
Yeah.
Well,
It'll be
let's see if you guys are going to be right. Let's take a look here at the overall leaderboard. 8th place, baby! First page. First page, 7.
Wow.
Wow.
What a jump up. My goodness. Okay, let's just get it out of the way. Knights, congratulations. You guys had a great day, 146 points. Execute 133. Nova, to be fair, even though Nova didn't perform that well, having those bonus points has bailed them out in a big way for today. 119 points to finish off the day. Star Gaming 112. Now let's bring it down a little bit more. A team that we needed to see bounce back in a certain way. Guess what? Back to back, 7th place. Dope Esports with the biggest surprise, jumping, by the way, the last game, jumping from 14th place all the way to 8th with 93 points. On top of that, getting the chicken dinner. On top of that, getting the most eliminations. What is this team?
Out of everybody, out of the whole day. Wow.
What?
What is this team, Glitter?
Okay, I don't. And you know what else? That means they also bumped the hit list out of who was on that first page. They're now down in 10th. And you can see how close these points are to. We're probably going to see lots of this shifting of the standings over the next couple days because these points, once you get past the gap that Knights has really kind of solidified, they get very, very close. I mean, Panthers struggling a little bit. They're down here. Korean barbecue lovers falling way lower, way far down this overall ranking than I would have ever initially guessed. They're now in 15th place, only 5 points above HQA in last. So there's definitely some squads on here that had incredibly strong performances in week 3, even the Chosen did, that are going to be looking to be bouncing back big time tomorrow.
Whew. I mean, Ace of Spades, nice and all, but I mean, Korea barbecue lovers. I mean, that is probably one of the biggest surprises for me. I mean, let's be real.
Joey?
They have one of the most veteran all-star rosters, and for them to be second to last place, that's definitely gotta hurt. You know, for everybody out there that's a fan of these players and this team, show some love to them. Use that hashtag PMPLNA because they are gonna need it for tomorrow. Because a lot of these squads, they came to play big time. Yeah, right here. Do it all. Join the Discord. Get it all going. Glitter, now is the time to see who is going to be the MVP of the day. And you guys saw it right there.
Oh,
Make sure you guys
God.
share your predictions with us. All right. Who do you think is it gonna be? Are we gonna see a player
Glitter's
from
cheating.
Dope Esports as the
No.
MVP? Huh?
I don't.
Most eliminations? Whole squad? Huh?
I'm torn between Knights and Dope.
Oh my gosh, what is this?
I'll go with
What
Coops.
is- Go with Coops?
Can't
go
Hey,
wrong with
can't go
Coops.
wrong.
Can't go wrong with Coops.
Can't
I'm
go wrong
still,
with Coops.
I might say Coops as well.
Double Coops? Double
Coops?
down on the Coops? You know what? I'm going to go
Triple
with Pat
Coops?
Casper. Why not? Casper from Dope after that beautiful nade at the end. I got to throw it up there. It's Coops, baby. Hey, you cannot doubt the legend that is Coops Glitter. Casper was third from what I heard.
Wow. Okay. Casper in third. That's honestly, talk about a night and day performance change from Dope, though. I mean, are we surprised to see Coops get another MVP? No, we're not,
Nah.
because this is not only multiple times within this season, this is multiple seasons back to back that this has happened.
Yep.
So, Coops is just unstoppable. But the fact that you had a squad go from last place to 8th and in contention for the daily MVP, Jukes, what is today?
Who was second
Ah,
place? That's what I want to
it's-
know. I want to know
I'm
who
telling you,
was
we all-
second
we all-
place.
We all went
Fate
for
was
reason
second
7.
place.
Execute. Dang.
Wow.
People played today.
Damn.
Coops, Fate,
Fate.
Casper from Dope. Top 3 players. Wow. All right. If we had a something on the line for everybody to see who would guess that top 3, I guarantee you we would have 0 winners. All right. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I think 100% on the first place, right? But on the
Yeah,
second and third,
easily.
dang. I mean, that is what we like to see. Crazy guys, of course. This is what the show is all about. We got to give a big thank you to Monster Energy one more time, our official energy drink partner. Seven, this day has been nuts. What are your final thoughts here for the day?
I'm speechless, man. I'm ready for tomorrow. Can it be tomorrow already? Please.
Glitter?
I think this might be the best performances we've seen out of most of these teams in weeks. Okay?
Oh,
True.
In weeks.
Out
And
of
it's
you
also
too.
the best performance we've ever seen out of me this season so far with these predictions.
Wait, I do have a question before we end
What's
it.
up?
Is
Go ahead.
this possibly the best first day of finals that we have had in PMPL and A? Because it wasn't just the top
Yeah.
two teams that we've been hyping up.
That's
It
what
wasn't
I'm
just
saying.
Knights
It's
or Nova.
insane.
Like, so
know
many
what?
teams stepped it up. That's why I'm
You know what?
speechless.
Today is the day of last place. Okay, Dope coming from the bottom all the way up, Glitter coming from the depths all the way to the top as well. That is what this show is all about, guys. Show some love, and we will see y'all tomorrow. Be there.
Don't you know you gotta be warm? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Don't you know you gotta be warm? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Gonna give you just a little more. The brother's coming in through the outdoors. Doesn't even know what the beat's for. Gotta get your freaky body on the dance floor.